Chapter 221. A cruiser, operating independently and annihilating an entire greenskin fleet consisting of 4 destroyers and 8 escort ships, is an outstanding military achievement. Not only within the Tianma fleet, but even when viewed across the entire Imperial Navy, it's an accolade worth mentioning. Even more so, with such a record as a foundation, coupled with sufficient familial backing, her rank might well ascend again in a short span of time. There's a huge threshold between the ranks of Commodore and Rear Admiral. Generally, Commodores aren't called generals, but Rear Admirals are definitely recognized as such without question. If she really made it, she might become the youngest general in the history of the Tianma Star Sector, and no one would dare to say that her promotion was merely due to her family's protection. Her fame would spread far beyond the Tianma Star Sector, so much so that in the entire Dragonhawk Star domain, and even the entire Eastern Cosmos domain, her name Yelizaya would become well known, glittering throughout the Star Sea as a rising new star in the Imperial Navy. These words deeply moved Yelizaya. She had thought of it herself, but having someone else voice it out, hitting right at what she was thinking, felt different. Combining these considerations, Yelizaya finally gritted her teeth, ordered the starship to leave silent mode, prepared to fire at full capacity, and made contact with the beautiful lady. The situation had developed to the present state. Gu Heng was instrumental in bringing about the current circumstances, but his ability to influence the situation further was now quite limited. Commanding a starship was not within his capabilities. He could only be a spectator for the time being. And it was quite a sight to behold. In this vast expanse of space, there were still more than a dozen space leviathans exchanging fierce firepower. Those beams of light particles, cannon shells, void shields, and the colorful flashes of energy shields being hit, the blaze of explosions when the fire directly hits the ships. At least from Gu Heng's vantage point on the Quintet Bridge, through the Thinker Array's feedback on the impact of their attacks, and the battle display diagrams, he could see everything clearly. The desolate starry sky had come alive with activity. However, these beautiful lights all contained terrible power and lethal damage. But as Gu Heng played the role of a spectator, he was not simply enjoying the spectacle. He carefully observed Yelizaya, analyzed the current status of the battlefield, and the various commands she issued, striving to absorb all he could about space-naval combat. Many of the situations that arose and the responses made by the female Commodore were beyond his understanding, but this didn't prevent him from making an effort to remember them. He planned to revisit these after getting access to theoretical training literature, which might help him grow. Learning about these things was of no immediate use to him, but Gu Heng had come to deeply appreciate how crucial space power was in this interstellar era. It was a decisive force. In the future, if conditions allowed, he would certainly build his own navy. Perhaps with some luck, he could quickly acquire naval technology, couldn't he? Maybe not, even if he acquired it, he couldn't afford to build starships. Such high-end manufacturing could only be approached once a planet's productivity had sufficiently developed. Lost in thought, he noticed that the exchange of fire between the two fleets had reached an intense stage. It wasn't long before the Greenskin frigate, which had taken hits from the Quintet's colossal cannon and had overloaded energy shields, exploded in space. The ship that destroyed it was a combined fire from the Beautiful Lady and 2 other escort ships. The Beautiful Lady convoy led by Gu Heng's cousin had seasoned command officers who sharply caught the change in the battle situation caused by the Quintet's fire, delivering the fatal blow. This was the second ship to be destroyed since the battle began. With 2 fewer ships, the Greenskin fleet's firepower had been reduced by nearly a quarter. The results of the Quintet's ambush had tilted the scales of victory once again in their favor by another 10 percentage points. If the Greenskin fleet were led by rational humans, the best move at this moment would probably be to quickly flee. Unfortunately, that was not the style of the Greenskins. They still charged upwards, braving the firepower of the human ships. After sacrificing a destroyer and 2 escort ships in explosions, they managed to blow up an escort ship of the convoy and successfully boarded 2 others, deploying troops on board. The ship that had been boarded quickly weakened in firepower and explosions occurred inside. Whether or not the Greenskin Orcs who had boarded could be driven out was still unknown, but at least for now, their contribution to the naval battle had been reduced by half. The pressure of the battle was becoming greater and greater. As the Greenskin ships advanced, they had lost 5 ships, but their firepower had become even more fierce. This was due to the decreased distance between the 2 sides. The Quintet was indeed well armored and armed. Out of the 5 green-skinned warships lost, 4 were destroyed by it. Its L-class large-caliber guns, the Wrath of Loyalty, were devastatingly powerful. However, when some of the green-skinned ships broke off to approach the quintet within a distance of 50,000 kilometers, the firepower on the green-skinned ships greatly improved in precision, and the quintet felt somewhat overwhelmed. The most direct indication of this was that the void shield had turned purple, even showing tendencies of becoming red, and the greenskins' heavy artillery started to have shells penetrate the shield and hit the ship's armor. Gu Hang on the bridge had felt the ship shake violently several times. The ship's stabilization system couldn't completely nullify the tremors, which likely meant real damage was done to the ship. Even if it wasn't major, the repairs afterward would probably come at a considerable expense. However, in exchange for this effect, the Greenskin fleet had lost another frigate. Now, all that remained of their ships were 2 destroyers and 4 frigates. In Gu Hang's assessment, the battle had reached its final critical stage. The fearlessness and determination of the Greenskin fleet to fight to the end had left a deep impression on him. For the human side, victory was almost within grasp. But the remaining question was at what cost? Even though until now the humans had only lost 1 escort ship, the remaining 3 ships of the beautiful lady convoy had their void shields overloaded, with 2 boarded. In a dire crisis, even the quintet's void shield was nearly red. If the fight continued to the end and the Greenskin fleet was annihilated, but the beautiful lady convoy was wiped out and the quintet severely damaged, then the outcome would be quite distressing. The political repercussions could also be quite serious. Gu Hang also heard Maddens beside him sigh. It would have been nice if our battle group's strength was still present. We could have sent over 100 or 2 people, along with a substantial number of the mortal auxiliary army, enough to take a whole ship. Listening to the battle group leader's words, it seemed they had often done such things before. Gu Hang patted his shoulder, about to say something, but then saw on the bridge, multiple indicator lights suddenly turned red. This was a signal of danger. The Thinker array relayed the information, warning. Multiple intrusions have occurred inside our ship. Greenskin landing ships used some unknown energy technology to deceive the interception system, and we only shot down 70% of the landing ships, which included a large number of decoy pods. Currently, it is assessed that 17 landing pods have successfully reached the ground, and over 2,000 Greenskin Orcs have entered the ship. The Navy Marine Corps has engaged them but is currently at a disadvantage. Yelazia suddenly turned her gaze towards Gu Hang. It's time for you to play your part. Without a word, Gu Hang turned and left. Indeed, the time had come for him to contribute, and there was nothing to discuss. He would go forth. Chapter 222. Lacroix was pondering an important question: what exactly is the value of life? He used to not bother with this shitty question. In his early years of wandering with the tribe, all he thought about was how to get an extra bite of food and avoid hunger. Then as an adventurer, it was still about food, and even after becoming an adventurer, it fundamentally boiled down to getting a bite to eat. Later on, when all of his brothers from the same wandering tribe had perished, he joined the beast slaughter group. He could finally eat his fill, but now his goal became fighting the Greenskins, avenging those brothers who had once fought at his side. And then, somehow, the higher-ups convinced him to transition from an adventurer into a formal member of the governor's regular armed forces, complete with military rank and a unit designation. But he didn't care much about that, and he was even supportive of it. He could eat even better, and His Excellency the Governor issued them equipment and weapons that were clearly far superior to the rubbish he had used as an adventurer. Plus, they had cannons, and other friendly forces provided support with heavy equipment like armored vehicles. This clearly increased their efficiency in eradicating the Greenskins by a huge margin. What was not to be happy about? Support, 10,000 times support. Some time ago, they had wiped out the Greenskins in the High Tower ruins. According to what the officers said, to prevent the Greenskins from multiplying again, every area of the High Tower ruins needed to be scorched with flames. Sometimes he wondered whether the low-energy storms that often blew up in the High Tower ruins could replace the need for burning with fire. But regardless, the big problem had been dealt with. Even if Greenskins occasionally regenerated, the numbers wouldn't be too much to handle. They could simply eliminate them and burn the area again. Just as he and his comrades were casually chatting, guessing whether their recent performance was good enough to reclaim the title Beast Slaughter Group from the governor, a new mission was handed down. They were to board a transport ship and proceed to a starship orbiting the planet to carry out their mission. At the news of this assignment, Lacroix and his comrades were utterly dumbfounded. Was this going to take them to the heavens? He had gazed up at the starry sky countless times but never imagined that one day he would leave the ground to fight in the vastness of space. They were inexplicably excited. Though they could foresee the potential dangers, when they sat on the spacecraft and saw the Earth recede, breaking through the atmosphere to the point where they could almost see the entire globe below them, the boundless land curving into a sphere, now a mix of dull yellow and slate blue, they were still awestruck. So this is our world. This is Rage Owl Star, where generations of our ancestors have lived. It was hard for him to articulate the emotions stirring inside him, and perhaps his comrades felt the same. The comrades still conversing with one another had become silent. The transport ship slowly approached the massive steel creation suspended in the void. A hatch opened, the transport ship entered, then the hatch closed as it seemed to fill with gas. Another door opened, and the ship moved further inside to a vast area akin to an airport. One by one, transport ships entered through various exits, opened their hatches, and troops disembarked. Soon, he too had no time to look around as the hatch of their transport ship opened, and their platoon walked out, following the ground crew's instructions, heading inside to the Marine Corps barracks. The space temporarily assigned to them was very cramped. Their whole squad was squeezed into a narrow space of a few square meters. There were 4 sets of beds with 2 sets pushed tightly together, leaving about 40 centimeters of aisle in between, and each set had 3 bunks, theoretically allowing for 12 people to sleep. And there were 2 spare beds to store our stuff. That was their complaint. There was a canteen for meals, the food entirely made of synthetic starch, which they said could become very bland after eating for a long period, but for now, they felt it was fine as long as they could fill their stomachs. Maybe they would grow tired of it eventually, but would they really stay on the starship until then? However, rumor had it that there were markets and bars somewhere on the starship, offering different things, but they had never seen them, and they weren't allowed to wander about the starship. Even these rumors were dug up by the more restless soldiers in the platoon, who'd go to the canteen to eat but managed to chat with the so-called Starship Marine Corps, who typically didn't like to interact with them. Lacroix wasn't interested in that. What he cared about was the question that had arisen since being transported to the starship and seeing the magnificent view of space: what exactly is the value of life? He didn't know why he was thinking about such a boring matter, but with nothing else to do while confined in the narrow, closed-off cabin, that's what he did. He pondered the question for days without reaching any conclusion. Until today, when the crimson lights were flashing everywhere, alarms were ringing non-stop, and he and his comrades received orders to leave their quarters and assemble outside. Chapter 223. Everyone was on edge. They knew that it seemed like war had already broken out. The starship was continuously firing, engaging in battle with the Greenskin fleet. This was unlike any war they had experienced before. In the past, no matter how powerful the enemy or how dire their own situation, it had always been a battle fought on solid ground, with the weapons in their hands. To some extent, their lives were under their own control. But now, they were who knows how far from their homeland, from their planet, in a place where they were told even light took a long time to travel. If the naval battle were lost, all of them would be buried in this star sea. But soon, their mission arrived. He saw the company commander and the political commissar exchange a few words, then the order was given for the entire company to move out. After walking out for dozens of minutes, amid a violent explosion, he witnessed the squad next to them almost completely engulfed by flames and shrapnel. Immediately afterward, with his head in a whirl, he saw silhouettes charging through the broken breach. Almost instinctively, he raised his gun and fired in that direction. Although it had roughly the shape of a person, Lacroix was certain, very familiar, that it was a greenskin. Indeed, his firing even saved the life of the company commander. With his lead, many of his comrades around him opened fire, and the greenskin was quickly killed on the spot under concentrated fire. However, more greenskins, stepping over the still burning flames, charged in. A bloody battle thus unexpectedly erupted at close quarters. There was no heavy firepower, no cannons, no armored vehicles. In the environment inside a starship, it was difficult to deploy such things. All they had were the guns in their hands and wills of steel. As more and more greenskins poured in, it even became difficult to keep shooting, and they had no choice but to fix bayonets and engage in hand-to-hand combat. A chaotic melee ensued, leaving no room for any art of command. Both sides were locked in a desperate struggle. Bayonets, bullets, blood, limbs, all these things whirled chaotically in the narrow corridor. Lacroix had nothing left in his head, just one stabbing motion after another. His comrades fell one by one beside him, and others took their places, but he was somehow largely unscathed, even though his chest was struck by a greenskin's large cleaver. The plasteel bulletproof armor plate had saved his life, and in turn, he ignored the pain in his ribs and the fact that he was knocked to the ground by the greenskin's great strength, and he plunged his bayonet fiercely into the unsteady greenskin's neck. Lacroix, splattered with blood on his face, pushed the corpse aside with force and stood up, gasping for air. And it seemed like this was the last greenskin, as there were no more living enemies in sight. But in this hellish scene, there were only 7 others still standing, like him. Lacroix looked around, confused. An entire company of 120 men, just 7 left? He couldn't count the number of bodies strewn across the corridor, especially when some were disfigured beyond recognition. He only knew that almost everyone he recognized was dead, the 7 before him were strangers. They were all covered in blood, just as confused as he was. The 7 of them instinctively gathered together and stood in silence for a long time, none daring to speak. In the end, it was Lacroix who broke the silence. Here, who has the highest rank? He remembered that during a break in the surface battle before, the company's political instructor had instilled in them many military regulations. If the team's formation was scattered, the soldiers nearby should gather spontaneously and follow the one with the highest rank as the temporary commander. Now, could this be considered scattered? Or should it be considered gone? "I'm a private," a timid voice said. "I was just replenished into the 3rd Independent Regiment. I'm also a private. I'm a corporal. I'm a lance corporal." Around the circle, they were all just soldiers. Lacroix scratched his head, now really unsure of what to do. Not even a single officer left. Hey? What was to be done now? In a trance, he saw everyone's eyes turn to him. He then remembered that he had not yet reported his rank. I'm a sergeant. When they were last reorganized, he was still a private. After the battle at the tower ruins, he became one of the old-timers of the Beast Slaughter group, and during a mass decoration, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant. The rank of lance corporal signified that he had a position equivalent to a D1 rank within Revival City, as touted in the propaganda. Adding together food rations and training allowances, he already had enough to live a life far better than mere subsistence. If he ever stopped being a soldier, he would be transferred laterally at the same rank and have a secure future. Furthermore, during combat, he would receive combat pay. His promotion had been swift among his squad. Only the squad leader held the rank of Sergeant First Class, and the deputy squad leader was a staff sergeant. Beyond that, his rank was the next highest. But overall, within the entire company, he was still a small fry. Then, he heard a private first class say, "Well, looks like you're the highest ranking here, so we all follow your lead now." Lacroix was stunned. Me. I can't be the one in charge, can I?" But he quickly regained his composure. This was not about power, it was responsibility, and there was no shirking it. According to regulations, he had to take on this responsibility. Taking a deep breath, it seemed he finally understood the question that had preoccupied him before. He might not dare speak of the distant future, but at least his current value was to lead the remaining 7 survivors of the 2nd Company, 6th Battalion, 3rd Independent Regiment. The last remnants of the 362nd were all here. What to do next? Previously, their mission was to proceed to Zone B7752 to stand guard and eliminate all the alien enemies that appeared there. However, the company commander, the political commissar, they might know where Zone B7752 was, but how would he, a mere lance corporal, know? Scratching his head, he heard the distant sound of battle. With a call, he said, "Let's go toward that direction and see if we can find any other friendly forces." If there were friendly forces, especially officers, it seemed he could relinquish his responsibility. Genie Kwangaya, fully armed at nearly 3 meters tall and wearing ultra-heavy armor, pushed open the half-destroyed hatch and was the first to step out of the landing craft. He was met with a volley of over 30 electromagnetic rifles and laser guns firing at him. His armor rang with the impact of the hits, yet none of them could halt his stride for even a moment. He moved forward with his mechanical legs at a swift pace, shielding the greenskin youngsters following behind him from harm, while also creating space for them to deploy their formation. And during this process, he also lifted his left arm. The rocket launcher mounted beneath his forearm fired a salvo that sent the entire front row of elite Marine soldiers and several others about to come forward for support flying into the sky. The violent explosion caused some damage to the metal corridors of the ship's hull, blowing holes through it and revealing the split mechanical structures underneath, as well as groups of people evacuating below. It seemed to be a gun turret belonging to the reflector interception laser cannon of the quintet. Kwangaya grinned wickedly, his smile fierce. Such a harvest too? He lifted his arm again, aiming the rocket launcher downward. The automatic reloading mechanism had already filled the launcher with a new round of rockets, and 2 Orcish youngsters with large packs on their backs were replenishing his combat pack with more rockets through the ammo intake located at the armor near Quang Gai's rear. The next moment, another dozen rockets flew out, striking the isolated turret below with solid hits. The crew operating the reflector, which numbered in the dozens, were almost instantly obliterated. The laser cannon's energy storage device followed, detonating and blasting an even larger gap in the surroundings. The wave of the explosion even reached the upper levels. While Genie Quang Gai was unaffected, several unfortunate greenskin youngsters were caught in the blast and hurled out of the ship. Without the ship's life support and gravity systems, these individuals, even as robust greenskin orcs, had no chance of surviving in the vacuum. But that did not matter. Destroying a ship cannon was far more valuable than a few unlucky youngsters being blown away. Seeing such a spectacular explosion right before their eyes, the surviving youngsters were extremely delighted. Quang Gai laughed loudly too. He waved his hand, signaling his boys to quickly leave the landing bay. They were going to charge deeper in. As the military governor of the 10th plundering fleet of the Iron Tooth clan, he was the fleet's leader. Today he was determined to win the war by personally entering the fray. The fleet's supreme commander personally joining the fight was reckless to the point of foolishness, but it was quintessentially greenskin. Chapter 224. If one were to say that Genie Quang Gai personally led his most elite fighters to jump aboard the quintet and take part in the battle, that would make a lot of sense. The sudden appearance of the quintet turned what was originally a certain victory into an extreme disadvantage. The surprise attack that damaged a destroyer and an escort ship tipped the scales of victory in the enemy's favor. During the subsequent naval exchange of fire, the quintet demonstrated formidable firepower as well as robust defenses. To continue bombardment was more likely to end in disaster than success. To win, they needed to think of another method. They could forego charging the energy shield and overload the weapons system, hoping for the entire fleet to make a concentrated, all-out assault and achieve a decisive victory. Alternatively, they could employ what's termed pack hunting tactics, using superior ship maneuverability and larger numbers to spread out and carry out a three-dimensional flanking operation. This tactic avoids matching the quintet's consistent velocity, instead relying on bursts of acceleration and deceleration, creating significant and frequent changes in relative speed to reduce the enemy's ability to anticipate their movements and accurately lock on with their firepower. Or, like the Greenskin fleet is currently doing, adopting the so-called close-quarter tactic, braving the onslaught of fire to charge in close for a full-speed, short-range shootout. With no space to dodge and no chance to intercept, most of the firepower must be endured head-on. It becomes a contest of whose ship is tougher, whose cannons are more formidable, and who has more ships. However, there seem to be many options, yet in reality, few are viable. The pack hunting tactics are not suited for the Greenskin fleet. To properly execute these tactics, high ship maneuverability and precision firepower are required. Greenskinned warships generally aren't up for this task. Their firepower is fierce but imprecise, they're fast but not agile enough. Humans relatively favor such tactics. And those who most prefer to use pack hunting tactics are the beings who claim themselves as the spirit race. Quang Gai despises such opponents the most. They're impossible to catch, impossible to hit, and they bombard you relentlessly, but just one opportunity for a ruthless counterattack could lead to decisive victory. As for the close-quarter tactic, the Greenskins are exactly doing that. In fact, before Quang Gai left his flagship to jump aboard, his last command was for the fleet to shut down their power and energy shields upon closing in and to overload their weapons systems to utterly destroy the quintet. But looking at the current situation, they probably won't be able to make the charge. Who knows how many ships will get blown up midway. Those that do manage to close in likely won't have overall firepower or defenses to match the quintet. In order to ensure the success of the close-quarter tactic and the mad plan to fire all weapons, he personally led the boarding party. Although he is the military governor of the fleet, among the Greenskins, regardless of which group, the one who becomes the boss, the leader, is always the most formidable among them. And without a doubt, Genie Quang Gai is such an individual. Of course, he was also concerned that if their interception firepower exploded the boarding capsules before they could land on the enemy ships, it could spell disaster. This was a very real possibility, despite deploying many decoy capsules and using the raw power of Wadoik to camouflage and silence the boarding capsules, making them difficult to lock onto, but these were no guarantees. However, now that he had successfully boarded the ship, the remaining problem seemed trivial. What human shrimp could possibly stand against him? In his past career of battle, he had killed countless shrimp, even some big fellows in cans among them, whom he had also chopped down. The group of yellow-canned shrimp left a deep impression on him. He had to admit they were mighty, but regrettably, the final victors were him and his subordinates. It was because of that battle, that feat of arms, that he grew larger, greener, and stronger, which earned the favor of Kulo Iron-Tooth, the leader of the Iron-Tooth clan and warlord, granting him the position of military governor of the 10th Plundering Fleet. And today, aboard this ship, it's not likely that a bunch of shrimp in cans will leap out, right? Without those formidable beings, he was confident that with his leadership, his most elite troops, even in small numbers, could absolutely push through like a hot knife through butter, slaying their way through the entire starship. Indeed, it was just so. After boarding, Kwang Gaya almost single-handedly annihilated a squad of Navy Marine Corps from the quintet. Then, leading his elite team, he destroyed a defensive laser cannon and began storming toward the most critical area within. The core area was not without resistance. On the contrary, the forces intercepting him were the most elite of the quintet. The quintet could muster a maximum of 30,000 armed troops, of which 10,000 were regular Navy Marine Corps members. These were T4 level troops, well equipped with weapons. They wouldn't even regard G-series live ammunition rifles, using either L-series laser rifles or HS-series electromagnetic rifles instead. After realizing they were up against an elite greenskin assault team, the commander of the Navy Marine Corps had already ordered their most elite units to join the battle with their finest weapons. Chapter 225. The two most important weapons were the Strider combat vehicles and the Foxhound-class infantry mechs. As for the former, there's no need to say more. The reason why they didn't equip larger vehicles than the Strider combat vehicle, such as the Lion tank, was that the combat environment inside a starship did not quite allow for the Lion to move around everywhere. Although the Strider was quite big, it was still 2 sizes smaller than a heavy tank and could still run on many of the main roads inside the starship. As for the latter, it was essentially a mech servant, a product of the sect of mechanics. During the mechanical transformation, apart from removing part of the brain to turn it into a mech servant who could only follow orders, there was also a significant modification of the body. From the outside, it no longer resembled a human being, almost all of its body was mechanized, and its shape was like that of a half-standing hound, with purely mechanical reverse knee joint legs. The head structure containing the brain was somewhat canine-shaped and integrated with a large number of sensors. Its overall size exceeded 2 meters in height and was equipped with a heavy machine gun, along with sturdy ferro-steel armor. Even a space warrior would have to put in some effort to take it down. It was a precious product of the sect of mechanics, and there were only about 150 of them on the entire starship. Half an hour after Genie Kwang Gai made a fierce charge, the first batch of elite troops assembled by the Navy Marine Corps included 80 Foxhound mechs, 30 Strider armored vehicles, and more than 1,000 Marine soldiers, in addition to 2,000 armed sailors. As a result, their defensive line was breached by Kwang Gaya in a wave. The rockets in his hands seemed to be blessed by some mysterious force, extremely precise, and even had some tracking effect. There was also a thermal cannon mounted above his left shoulder. His personal firepower was already maxed out to the top. Moreover, he wasn't fighting alone. On the way up, many greenskins that had landed from other places smelt the scent of their boss and instinctively gathered around. Now, the number of greenskins following behind Kwang Gaya had also exceeded 1,000. Furthermore, those greenskins behind him were elite. Not only were they particularly tall among the greenskins, but they also wore strong armor, carried larger caliber and more explosive firearms, and were equipped with plenty of explosives. What's more, compared to the smaller infantry mechs, the greenskin killer cans and the slightly larger death iron cans were no weaklings. With military governor Kwang Gaya as the arrowhead, they charged fiercely. When Kwang Gaya blasted the mech's fire base with his thermal cannon and multiple rocket launchers, then personally charged into close range, fired another round of rockets, and picked up his axe to wield in a frenzy, the greenskins walking mechs and elite infantry also surged forward. The scale of the battle might not have been particularly large, but it was extremely bloodthirsty. This blockading force of the Navy Marine Corps, after losing all their infantry mechs and combat vehicles, fought desperately for 15 minutes and suffered over 60% casualties. Then, the breakdown of the armed sailors triggered a complete collapse. Actually, they couldn't be too harshly blamed. Even if they all had endless fighting will and were willing to give their lives for this battle, it would only have delayed the enemy for a bit longer and wouldn't have changed the outcome. Of course, the greenskins also paid a heavy price. At least 400 greenskin orcs and over 30 various greenskin armored vehicles fell in battle. The two sides left behind over 100 various machines and nearly 3,000 lives, and all this happened within about 20 minutes, on a battlefield that didn't extend more than 800 meters in any direction. Bodies and mechanical wrecks were no longer just scattered everywhere, they were piled up in layers. The greenskins' army would have to walk over heaps of broken limbs and wreckage to advance further. Kwang Gaya himself was unharmed. And with him there, and the remaining 600 greenskins, their combat effectiveness was still intact and they could continue the assault. In contrast, the Navy Marine Corps was unable to gather a force equal to the one just defeated to stop them in a short period of time. Along the way, there were only some small-scale units present. Brave soldiers attempted to use their lives to slow the greenskins' boarding assault and buy time for their comrades. However, Yelazaya on the command bridge of the flagship panicked. Through the intelligence transmitted back from the front line, she recognized that it was the Beastman Overlord personally leading the boarders. She immediately realized that with only the quintet's combat readiness, there was nothing that could stop this Beastman Overlord. On one hand, she couldn't believe the recklessness of this Beastman military governor. In her view, how could a fleet commander, a fleet admiral, personally lead a boarding assault? It was too easy to die unclearly in the interception fire net, which would be a meaningless death. But on the other hand, reality slapped her hard in the face. That formidable individual strength, the terrifying advantage it brought to the battlefield, was amplified to an extreme in the special environment of the starship. This wasn't an open-ground battlefield, all fighting happened inside the starship. Even in the most spacious places, space was limited. It wasn't possible to deploy artillery miles away to attack the enemy. In a limited environment, a Beastman Overlord equipped with heavy armor, impervious to gunfire, with individual firepower maxed out, was simply the nightmare of any defense line. What made her more panic-stricken was that the beast seemed to have an extremely keen sense of battle. Its line of attack was unerringly towards the heart of the starship, the engine center. If it were to breach that area, the consequences were unimaginable. At present, the naval battle had reached its critical moment. Just now, they had blasted another enemy escort ship. Yet, the distance between the two forces had closed even further. The quintet, having been boarded and attacked by troops, had several of its firepower platforms knocked out. This caused its return fire to weaken, and the starship's void shield had turned red as more firepower began to penetrate it, challenging the cruiser's armor directly. Similarly, those green-skinned warships were also under greater pressure, and the wrath of loyalty of the L-class was still formidable. At the moment when bayonets clashed, if the quintet were to be dealt a harder blow inside, with the ship's power failing and problems arising in the weapon systems and void shield's energy supply, it would be struck by a devastating blow in an instant. What could they do? Was there anything that could stop that beast? Their last hope rested on Guhang. The planetary governor had not only brought 2,000 soldiers but also 4 interstellar warriors. She immediately used the communication system to contact Guhang, who had already left the bridge to muster troops. You must resolve this problem immediately. We're all in the same boat, if the quintet goes down, none of us will survive. Through the communicator, Guhang's response came swiftly, a simple sentence. I know, I'm already there. His voice was quite steady. Yelazaya felt somewhat relieved. She didn't know if Guhang and those interstellar warriors with him could stop that Beastman Overlord. But now, other than placing her trust in Mr. Gu, she had no other choice. At that moment, she began to feel grateful for having brought Guhang aboard the ship initially. Guhang was not bluffing to Yelazaya, his troops were indeed in position. It wasn't just him, nor was it just the 4 phoenixes. Relying solely on their power would not be enough to stop an army. Accompanying him were the Wind Extinguishing Brigade's 1st and 2nd Battalions, as well as a regiment from the 2nd Infantry Division. Earlier, he had learned of the alarming news that a Navy Marine Corps unit had been wiped out in 20 minutes. The troops under his command were no stronger than that rapidly annihilated Marine Corps unit. If possible, he wouldn't want to subject his forces to such brutal combat. But this was war. In war, there is no choice. Chapter 226. Genie Kwang Gaya could already sense that victory was not far off. He could even smell the scent from the core engine power compartment of the shrimp ships. Destroy that, and victory would be his. But soon, a new squad of soldiers appeared before them, blocking their path. Kwang Gaya was slightly puzzled. The attire of these newly appeared soldiers was different from the shrimps they had encountered before. They were not the shrimp wielding laser guns, electromagnetic rifles, like those of the Navy Marine Corps, nor as formidable, neither were they the armed sailors, though they were a bit stronger than them. But soon Quang Gai didn't care. They were all shrimps anyway, just kill them and that's good. The 100 or so people even set up bombs in the road, but it was meaningless. The spiritual energy kids and artisan kids who stormed with him all had ways to detect these buried bombs in advance and detonate them beforehand. The occasional misses weren't a big problem either. Explosions that somewhat harmed the average greenskin orc barely mattered if they stood a bit further away, let alone the armored units. After the bombs proved ineffective, what remained was a bloody confrontation, or rather, a one-sided slaughter. The strongest firepower of this platoon was nothing more than some bombs, a small number of rocket launchers. The configurations of machine infantry with armored vehicles in front had been swept clean like cutting melons and vegetables, not to mention these guys. In 3 to 5 minutes, the entire platoon was nearly wiped out. Their reluctance to retreat in a death struggle was not due to unwillingness, but because they simply didn't have time to run, or they wouldn't be able to get away if they tried. Turning their backs to the enemy only led to being shot down more quickly. However, the lives they had given were not without value. At the very least, they had slowed down the Orcs' assault squad by a few minutes. It was these same minutes that allowed Gu Heng and his elite team to complete the defensive preparations outside the core engine power compartment. Actually, there wasn't much that could be set up. Even if they wanted to build some fire points or shelters, it was difficult. Aboard a starship, it was not like being on the surface of a planet. In the wild, you could dig trenches in the soil, and in city ruins, you could use various debris and building materials to build shelters. But on a starship, there was nothing but various rooms or corridors, narrow or spacious. Unless the structure itself had something bulletproof to hide behind, you'd have to exchange fire with flesh and blood or simply turn the corner and dive straight into a bloody close-quarters brawl. In such an environment, the size of the greenskin orcs was obviously an advantage. Humans indeed had bulletproof armor inserts, but greenskins also had scrap metal armor, so no one lagged behind the other. And when it came to physical resilience, Quang Gai's elite guards could take a couple of 100 bullets apiece, far more formidable than humans. All Gu Heng could rely on was greater numbers and stronger firepower. The location he chose for battle was a crossroads. Taking the forward direction of the starship as north, the Greenskin assault squad was coming from the south to the north, and on their route they were bound to pass through a broad crossroads. Gu Heng positioned a heavy force to the north of the intersection, which was the direction leading to the power compartment. 2 battalions of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade were all there, but not heavily concentrated. Instead, they used fighting vehicles as cover, roadblocks, and fire points, with soldiers setting up multiple obstacles on this 8-meter-wide passageway. If greenskins were to reach the power compartment, they would have to step over the bodies of the Rage Owl people from this crossroads onward for every meter. At the same time, on the narrower east and west passages of the intersection, troops were also stationed. The 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Infantry Division placed a combat battalion on each side. Rows of soldiers lay prone, with a row crouching behind them, and another row standing behind that. They held their guns aimed at the intersection, and a bit further back, there were rocket launcher troops ready to unleash a full-force barrage on the greenskin orcs as they passed. Additionally, there was a reserve force composed of a battalion also from the 22nd Regiment. They stood by on the fringe of the battlefield and would flank the rear of the greenskin assault team from the south side of the intersection as soon as the battle started. Gu Heng prepared a large net for them. But the key to this net was himself and the 4 phoenixes. Before boarding the starship, Gu Heng had leveled up. The battle in the ruins of the Eradication Tower, besides yielding generous points of grace, also maxed out his experience, enabling him to advance to level 5. Advancing to level 5 required a full 500 points of grace. This brought an increase of 1 point in Constitution, 1 point in Intellect. Beyond that, there was a new talent. When boarding the starship, he had thought that he might need to deal with the Greenskin fleet's boarding combat. Although he could never have imagined that boarding would indeed soon threaten the quintet, he had prudently chosen to invest in a layer of spiritual energy. And this brought him an upgraded talent, Advanced Telekinesis Control. Advanced Telekinesis Control, this talent will replace telekinesis control. You can now use spiritual energy more forcefully to control physical objects. Intellect +2. Although no new talent arrived, the upgraded version of telekinesis control was still quite reliable. Telekinesis control was a general and potent psychic spell with outstanding effects. Chapter 227. Moreover, after switching to advanced telekinesis control, his spiritual energy had increased slightly. As of now, Gu Heng's total spiritual energy attribute had reached 20 points. His attributes had become as follows. Hero, Gu Heng, Faction Leader, LV5, insufficient experience to level up. Physique, 10, Spiritual Energy, 20. Traits, Psychic Caster, Governor of Rage Owl Star, Enemy of the Storm. Talents, Protective Spiritual Energy, Advanced Telekinesis Control, Mind Manipulation. This boost significantly enhanced Gu Heng's own strength. An increase of 2 points in spiritual energy meant that both the intensity of his spiritual energy and the power of his psychic spells more than doubled from before. As a level 5 psychic who had put all points into spiritual energy, Gu Heng was already very strong. To use an interstellar warrior as an example, before the upgrade, he could barely handle a one-on-one fight against an average star warrior. But now, crushing an old soldier wasn't a big problem for him. He could comfortably defeat a battle group warrior, and he could barely manage to fight against someone at the level of a squad champion like Madden's. The increase in his strength this time would be a great help in the upcoming battle to eliminate the Beastman fleet general. As long as they could kill the Beastman overlord, the encirclement laid out with the forces at hand would be meaningful, ensuring the total annihilation of those green skin orcs here and effectively resolving the threat of this round of boarding tactics. There might still be green skins alive, scattered throughout the ships, but they would no longer be a threat. If they failed to kill him. Let's not even talk about it, it's either dying here or getting blown up in space along with the starship. This is space maritime warfare. When a ship explodes, there's truly no way out. All preparations had been made, and the battle came swiftly. Quang Gaia arrived even faster than expected. His assault team appeared at the southern end of the crossroads. After violently demolishing a door, a troop of greenskins rushed forward. The walkers and soldiers' firepower quickly filled the entire passage, and even if those 5 greenskins were elite and capable fighters, they couldn't survive a bullet storm in such an environment with no room to dodge. Their crude iron armor shattered, they rushed forward a few dozen more steps with their strong and highly resistant bodies, but ultimately fell under the concentrated fire. But what followed was not as easy to defeat. Those were 2 parallel killing machines. The machine guns on the walkers could still inflict effective damage on them, but were unable to quickly eliminate them. Similarly, the machine guns in the hands of the killing machines could penetrate the walkers' armor. The killing machines advanced while firing. Under their cover, the greenskins continued to press forward. Fierce exchanges of fire began, and casualties started to occur among the human soldiers. A walker exploded, taking a few nearby soldiers with it, but at the same time, several rocket launchers took effect, overturning one of the riddled killing machines. However, during this process, the green skin orcs' ranks had advanced a considerable distance. After one killing machine was toppled, the greenskins didn't want to just rush forward half-heartedly either. At least, Quang Gaia didn't have the patience for that. He pushed aside the young greenskins that were rushing faster than him, shoved aside a fear-inducing ironkin that still wanted to surge forward, and threw himself into the front line. The heat gun on his shoulder immediately came into play, piercing through half the corridor. From the intense red heat line backward, 3 walkers were pierced with large holes, and further melting extended outward from the perforated parts, causing the 3 vehicles to fall silent. The soldiers standing in line with the heat line didn't survive either. All of the rocket nests on his left arm were also emptied, and a series of violent explosions occurred on the human's position. The gunfire that had filled the passage instantly fell silent for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, a mass of greenskins began to surge forward rapidly. Even though the human soldiers' firepower was soon restored, it didn't significantly slow their advance. The Beastman fleet general at the forefront bore most of the incoming fire with his massive and sturdy body. Machine gun fire from the walkers, even concentrated and intense, only literally created a metal storm on him. The bullets were metallic, making contact like a gust of wind, merely slowing his pace. But conversely, once the heat gun on his shoulder was recharged, and the rocket nests in his hands were automatically refilled, a round of his firepower would obliterate a section of the human position, silencing the gunfire and waiting for another wave of soldiers to come before the firepower could be restored. Moreover, the firepower on the side of the greenskin orcs wasn't solely from Quang Gaia himself. The iron cans of terror, the weapons mounted on the killing cans, were equally ferocious in their firepower. The orcs kept pushing forward relentlessly. During this process, green skin orcs fell constantly, and occasionally a killing kin would be destroyed. However, the human side was paying an even heavier price. As a front-line commander, Perbuff's heart was bleeding. Within his first battalion, the most precious two companies, the Abandoned Cave Company and Cody Company, he had assigned to the most arduous tasks, to act as the first echelon in blocking the greenskins. But now, he had lost contact with both companies. In just a few minutes, he had lost his most elite two companies. Among these two companies, there were many of his fellow countrymen. Heartache, sadness, guilt, these emotions were swirling in his heart. Yet, as a commander on the front line, he still had to be ruthless, sending the subordinates he held dear to a battlefield of extreme brutality. They were all fine young men, yet they had spilled their blood so far away from their homeland. But this was exactly in order to defend their homeland. The 1st Battalion had nearly half of its troops empty, it was time for the 2nd Battalion to take over. Until new orders were issued, they must fight to the end, even if it meant dying at this position. Soon, the greenskins led by Quang Gai reached the crossroads. At this moment, soldiers who had been positioned early in the passageways to the east and west began to fire with all their might. Beyond bullets, a large number of rocket launchers, as infantry firepower, were fiercely launched. The two battalion commanders from the 22nd Regiment, although they couldn't see the fierce battle around the corner passageway, were extremely anxious when they saw countless bullets flying across the intersection and heard the orders over their listening devices, realizing that two of the most elite companies had been wiped out in minutes. They were no longer thinking about life and death. They were considering that at the first moment of engagement, they had to fire all the firepower at hand as forcefully as possible. If they did not do so, thinking of saving the key weapons for a critical moment, they would likely not have the opportunity to fire them. Plainly put, it was some rocket launchers. But the greenskins were not fools. Seeing such a well-defended front and another crossroads ahead, how could they not be cautious? Quang Gai took a moment here to continue attracting fire but also waited for more orc mechas to arrive. According to his strategy, he would split off some forces to strike into both flanks, at least holding the ground until the main force had passed through. The infantry on both sides also made a resolute decision, launching all the rocket launchers they had almost in one go. Amidst the powerful bombing, every commander heard a new order in their ears. All units charge. This was certainly not an easy order to accept, but whether they were soldiers of the Wind Extinguishing Brigade or the infantry of the 22nd Regiment, all moved at the command of officers, political instructors, and duty officers. The moment of desperation has come. Follow me on the charge. The officers, political instructors, and duty officers led the way, and the soldiers followed close behind. While firing, they charged toward the center of the crossroads. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. Although just one chapter, each chapter is over 4K words. The drawbacks of not having a stockpile have come. I intended to post this section all at once, but writing every day on the fly, I couldn't finish. Tomorrow, no matter how many words I post, I will definitely finish this section. Chapter 228. Quang Gai was somewhat surprised. Those shrimps actually dared to charge at them. He really hadn't seen that coming. Actually, the shrimps they had encountered along the way were all quite brave, nearly all of them willing to fight to the death with huge casualties. It's just a pity that their abilities were a bit weak, otherwise, killing them would have been even more thrilling. Even so, those brave soldiers also tried their best to avoid close combat with them, preferring to use layers of delay tactics and long-range firepower to reduce their numbers, hoping to hold out with their numerical advantage until ultimate victory. This was the first time they had encountered shrimps daring enough to launch a charge at them. Quite interesting. But Quang Gai didn't feel worried about anything. Perhaps they had some special methods, but it didn't matter. Bring it on, Warlord Quang Gai, fear nothing. He reaped a decent toll with his furious rocket and thermite cannon, and then some shrimps charged him amidst the fierce crossfire. He took the great axe slung over his back, and with just one horizontal sweep, 3 shrimps were cut in half at the waist. Then more shrimps charged over. But the human soldiers who reached his face appeared somewhat helpless. Facing a nearly 3-meter-tall steel giant, impervious to concentrated machine gun fire, what could they do even if they charged up close? Could bullets penetrate armor at close range, or could bayonets pierce through it? However, the soldiers had their own methods. Quang Gai saw that some shrimps strapped bombs to themselves. But it was meaningless. In front of him, they didn't even have the chance to detonate the bombs. The small shrimp had clearly misjudged Quang Gai's reaction speed and strength. His nearly 3-meter-tall frame moved like lightning. Just a kick sent the human soldier's chest caving in, the entire person flying several meters away. Another soldier then picked up the bomb pack from the corpse and charged at him again, even pulling the fuse early, but this time he couldn't even get close, taking a bullet from 6 or 7 meters away. The prematurely detonated bomb did explode, but the heatwave and shockwave from several meters away, of course, couldn't bother Quang Gaia, and instead killed 2 other human soldiers nearby. All in all, the charge of the human soldiers was tragic and harrowing, but it seemed utterly pointless. Far from killing more greenskins, their casualties were particularly great, as if they were simply marching to their deaths. If things continued like this, it would not be long before all were dead. Quang Gaia thought so too and felt the opposing commander had lost his mind, even dumber than the dumbest kid in the tribe. No sooner had he thought this than he was struck hard. 2 azure beams shot out from the human soldier's formation. These beams were no ordinary means of attack, his armor was penetrated directly, a smoking hole in his chest and another in his head. This was real damage, especially the shot to the head that caused him excruciating pain. Only, what armor did not stop, his skull did. His head wasn't pierced, but he could feel immense pain and a sensation of his skull fracturing. The chest was pierced more thoroughly, damaging the respiratory system. Even for him, these 2 strikes were certainly very serious injuries. Not fatal, but very painful. Damage to the respiratory system made even breathing feel somewhat sweet, a fractured skull made his head dizzy. In a daze, he only then saw 2 shrimp bigwigs in blood-red power armors, standing about 70 meters away from him, the fully charged glow of their plasma guns not yet subsided. At the same time, 2 more of the same shrimp bigwigs in blood-red power armors had charged to within 10 meters of him. Why had I not seen them before? Such big targets, even if mixed within the charging human soldiers, would be extremely conspicuous. Anyone with eyes couldn't fail to see them. However, at that moment, he had no time to ponder the reasons. At close range, the 2 shrimp bigwigs had already raised their weapons. The one charging at the front, wearing a black skull helmet, held a scepter in his hand, none other than Priest Nicola Rizzo of the Phoenix. He raised the head of his scepter, aiming it at Genie Quang Gaia's head. Taken by surprise, Quang Gaia could only dodge backwards reluctantly, while forcefully swinging his battle axe, clashing hard with the priest. An even match. Injured and ambushed without being able to muster full strength, this confrontation ended up in a draw. The gravity scepter in Rizzo's hand smashed Quang Gaia's defensive stance, but he himself, due to the force of the blow, staggered back 2 steps. But it wasn't just him launching a surprise attack. Maddens, wielding a chainsaw sword, followed closely and seized the opportunity to strike fiercely at his chest. Quang Gaia's thick chest armor was shredded by the chainsaw. The previous concentrated plasma gun strike had not only pierced his chest armor and injured his lungs but also weakened his chest armor further. If it had not been for this precondition, Madden's chainsaw sword would probably not have been able to achieve such an effective blow. A large wound appeared on his chest plate, and the foul blood of the greenskin spurted out from the wound. Chapter 229. But just as Maddens was about to strike again, preparing to attempt to cut the beastman overlord in 2 from the chest down with his next blow, a tremendous force came from his waist. Genie Quang Gaia kicked out, sending Maddens flying. His physical strength was so immense that his kick sent a fully armed space marine flying several meters away, half crashing to the ground. At the same time, Quang Gaia twisted his body, trying to point the shoulder-mounted meltagun at Nicola Rizzo, who was currently being entangled by a nearby killing can. If this shot hit its mark, the power of the meltagun would be enough to kill the High Priest in a single blast. However, this did not become a reality. As he tried to aim, he suddenly found that his body was immovable. A mysterious force formed binding bands, making his movements sluggish. He barely managed to pull the trigger of the meltagun, but it fired up into the air, blowing a huge hole in the ceiling and revealing the floor above. At this moment, 2 distant space marines took action. Their plasma guns once again completed charging and shot toward the Killingkin entangling Rizzo. The Killingkin did not have the resilience of their overlord. Their armor was far from as thick as the overlord's, and as the plasma beams pierced through the armor, they experienced little attenuation. The flesh of greenskins or fart spirits sewn into the Killingkins had less sturdy foreheads and chests. After being shot through, their muscles couldn't immediately contract to stop the bleeding, and the remaining organs had difficulty continuing to function. With 2 shots, the killing kin was finished, and Rizzo was freed. Several green-skin lads tried to come forward to block, but the human soldiers who charged up with the Space Marines bravely held their bayonets and clashed with them. Although they were quickly slaughtered, more soldiers continued to arrive. They even overturned these greenskins, shooting bullets at point-blank range into their eyeballs and stabbing bayonets into their necks and heads. The sacrifice of these warriors and their hard-won victories completely freed Rizzo once again. He swung his hammer again, flipping a killing kin that was trying to lift its autocannon to bomb the crowd at close range. The gravity scepter smashed its chest armor inward with great force. Turning his head, the old priest looked at Genie Kwangaya and raised the gravity scepter in his hand. He mumbled words as he swung his weapon, and anyone listening closely would realize that it was content from the Emperor's holy words record. And this truly made him more resolute, further increasing the strength with which he wielded his weapon. This hammer blow smashed fiercely against Kwangaya's chest, completely shattering the already chainsword tattered chest plate, and might have possibly broken one or more of Kwangaya's ribs. Immediately afterward, Maddens followed up, his chainsword ready to chop down again. Roar! Facing death, the greenskin overlord let out a deafening roar. A strange power burst forth from within him, first breaking through the force that was binding his body. Gu Hang, who was hiding further away, let out a muffled groan as blood started oozing out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Previously, using mental manipulation to make the greenskin overlord overlook the 4 Space Marines who were advancing with the infantry was certainly his doing. Thus, the Phoenix Squad got an excellent opportunity for a preemptive strike and managed to deal heavy damage to the Beastman overlord. Later, when Genie Kwangaya finished dealing with the first wave of attacks and was attempting to resolve Rizzo with the shoulder-mounted meltagun, it was him again, using advanced telekinesis to halt Kwangaya's attack, causing the shot to go astray. But doing all this came at a cost, and he felt enormous pressure. While performing mental manipulation, he could sense a mysterious power in the overlord's mind, keeping his brain in a state of frenzy yet still holding on to certain rationality. Disturbing such a brain was particularly challenging and took a lot of time. It was for this reason that he had to delay the timing of the assault by the Space Marines, resulting in more lives of ordinary soldiers being lost at this crossroads. While using his telekinesis to control Kwangaya's body, he felt as if he was wrestling with a tank. After leveling up and reaching 20 points in spiritual attributes, and mastering the more specialized advanced telekinesis, he even felt like he could flip over a lion tank in one go. But with Kwangaya, he could barely limit his movements. This was expected, to reach this level and provide support to the Space Marines was adequate. Initially, when Rizzo and Maddens produced excellent combat results at close range, and it seemed that the terrifyingly armored beast was about to be killed, there was still a slip-up. What was this force that exploded out? It seemed similar to spiritual energy, yet it was furious, uncontrollable, filled with wonders. Was this the so-called Wadaic energy, the Wadaic field? A type of psychic power unique to the Greenskin Orcs, a power of pure belief. Could their technology that functioned on the principle "if I reckon it'll work, it actually works" actually stem from this? Chapter 230. On powerful individual greenskins like the Beastman Fleet General, this kind of power could even materialize, strengthening his physique, and in crucial moments, it could also provide a surge of explosive capability. The spiritual energy enveloping the Beastman overlord that Gu Hang had cast was shattered by this force, which also brought him severe backlash damage. However, Gu Hang did not even consider his own injuries. Seeing the erupting energy rejuvenating the severely wounded greenskin, it kicked Maddens away and then clashed its great axe against Priest Rizzo. This time, Rizzo found no advantage and was forced off balance. Kwangaya, relentless when at an advantage, slashed 3 times with his axe, smashing Priest Rizzo to the ground, and didn't even flinch when 2 plasma rays bombarded his body. After sustaining 3 axe blows from Kwangaya, Rizzo's staff was knocked aside, and he lay on the ground, his breathing faint. Just as the overlord was raising his axe, ready to make another strike to chop off the big-headed redskin's head, Gu Hang's spiritual energy surged forth once again, restraining his right arm. Under the heavy injuries, forcing this action made Gu Hang's condition even worse, with more fresh blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears, even his eyes were bleeding. But he still succeeded in limiting the Beastman overlord's movement, saving Priest Rizzo's life. At that moment, Maddens, who had been kicked away a second time, charged back in, roaring as he once again slashed his chainsaw sword at the Beastman overlord's shattered chest. However, the chainsaw sword was blocked by Kwangaya's left arm. His pair of steel claw hands clamped down on Maddens's chainsaw sword. The chainsaw buzzed loudly, producing spectacular sparks against Quang Gai's steel claws, yet they were deadlocked in combat. The situation was at a standstill for the time being. Gu Hang realized something was wrong. He could only control Quang Gai's arm wielding the axe, and he wouldn't be able to maintain the control for long. Once his power dissipated, the tide of battle would immediately turn. There had to be further resolution to the problem. He had one more option, to stimulate spiritual energy even further, abandoning the control of Quang Gai's axe-wielding right arm, and instead controlling the steel claws that were blocking Madden's. Doing so would provide Madden's the opportunity to slice open the Beastman Overlord's chest with the chainsaw sword and kill him. But as soon as he released control of the axe, Priest Rizzo's head would fall. Should he do it? Gu Hang knew there was no time left for hesitation, he had to make a decision immediately. But before that, there arose another variable in the situation. His spiritual energy sensed someone appearing in the hole that had been blasted in the ceiling by Quang Gai's melter cannon. It was a human soldier, clad in the uniform of the Rage Owl Star Governor General Corps and, judging by the insignia, belonging to the 3rd Independent Regiment. This battle outside the Corps engine power cabin shouldn't have involved the 3rd Independent Regiment. The assembly of troops had been too rushed, with no time to call in more forces. The presence of this person here was clearly accidental, a coincidence. But they might bring a significant surprise. After an entire platoon was wiped out, Lacroix, as the highest ranking among the remaining 7, became the acting commander. He had no idea where to go, let alone what the original mission target of the platoon was. He could only follow the simple idea of leading the remaining 6 men towards where the fighting was happening, in the hope of finding proper officers to join and to offload the leadership responsibility he had been reluctantly carrying. Along the way, they encountered mostly aftermaths of battles but no living, proper officers. One particularly gruesome battlefield was littered with heaps of corpses. They passed through it and picked up a few weapons. Lacroix knew that the electromagnetic rifles from the elite marine troops were much better than their G9A assault rifles. As for their original rifles, they dared not discard them. Throwing away weapons meant facing court-martial upon return. But picking up a few extra on the way back shouldn't be a crime, right? And it wasn't just rifles they picked up. From a dead marine soldier, cut in half, they found 2 personal melter bombs. New and unfamiliar, but after examining them briefly, they roughly knew how to operate them, although they couldn't guarantee it was correct since they dared not actually test them out. Then, they pressed on, and halfway through, they heard more intense gunfire. Lacroix once again led his men towards the sound, determined to relinquish command. I'm obviously only suitable to be a soldier, not an officer, he thought. And the reason this thought became even stronger was that even while leading his troops towards the most intense fighting, he could still take the wrong path. They arrived, but to their embarrassment, they discovered that the intense gunfire seemed to be coming from beneath their feet. The starship's environment was too complex, not like the surface, with only one ground level. They had reached a higher deck, but now it was deserted. Wanting to descend into battle and find a higher-ranking leader proved impossible. However, fortune favors the bold, and just as he and his 6 men aimlessly searched for a way down, a red beam cannon shot upward from below, punching through the ground not far away. Chapter 231. Isn't that a way down? The metal structure there had turned red, the power of the melter cannon was fierce. After a little while, when the temperature wasn't so high, he carefully approached the side of the large hole with an approximate diameter of 1.2 meters. The hole wasn't this large at the beginning, it just melted to this size in a matter of seconds. He poked his head out of the hole and took a glance downward, spotting a starship trooper clad in red-powered armor, with a skull helmet, lying at the foot of a gigantic steel green skin, and another trooper, who seemed to be chopping with a chainsaw sword but was blocked by a hand. He recognized them. The 2 starship troopers belonged to the Phoenix battle group. Though he had only caught a glimpse of them from afar on the battlefield outside Rubbish Town, the impression they left was simply too profound. But even such starship troopers were embroiled in a tough battle. How terrifying was that immense green-skinned giant? However, it seemed that the giant had met his match. One of his hands was held up with an axe, unable to chop down, the other blocked the chainsaw sword. Witnessing this scene, Lacroix hesitated for a second, or maybe 2. Then, he made a decision. I'm really not cut out to be an officer, just a soldier. And as a soldier, what should I do now? He took out the personal melter bomb he had picked up earlier, tore off the adhesive protective cover on the back, and disengaged the safety, seeing a countdown with red numbers appear. Next, he leaped down through the hole with the bomb in his arms, landing right on the shoulder of the green skin orc. His weight of 70 to 80 kilograms falling on the massive green skin didn't make him budge an inch. Of course, he hadn't expected to squash his opponent to death with a landing blow, but he acted quickly, sticking the personal melter bomb onto the giant's bloody chest, then lost his balance and tumbled down from its shoulder, crashing to the ground in disarray. While still dazed, he felt a tremendous force from behind his neck, as a large hand grabbed the collar of his clothes and dragged him backward on the run. Amidst the whirling chaos, he also saw the previously fallen Starship Trooper at the feet of the green-skin giant being pulled back by an invisible force, flying away. After a while, he heard an explosion. So this is the sound of a melter bomb exploding? First came a crackling sound, followed by a dull thud, and then a bubbling noise. When the force pulling his collar ceased, he ignored the pain of his raw back, half rose to his feet, and looked into the distance. He could see the steel giant turned a fiery red color. Its limbs and head were still intact, but inside the previously destroyed chest armor, it appeared as if there was a continually burning red sun, emitting light outward. The power of the melter bomb triggered an extremely high temperature that expanded outwards. The steel armor on the body of the Beastman Overlord was considered one of the most advanced technological marvels of the Iron Tooth clan, not so easily melted, but its flesh and blood were another story. In an instant, its chest and abdominal cavities were almost incinerated. The giant's huge body twitched futilely a few times and then fell still. Lacroix stared at the scene, somewhat dumbfounded. Suddenly, his view was obstructed by a large shadow. Looking up, he saw the person who had just dragged him back by the collar, the Starship Trooper brandishing the chainsaw sword. The trooper patted his head and said, "You're a hero. Can you tell me what you were thinking before you jumped?" Lacroix was still a bit stunned, and he didn't know how to answer the question. What was he thinking the moment before the jump? He wasn't thinking anything, but his mind wasn't blank either. If he had to give an answer, it would be when he rode the transport ship, gazing back at his home Rage Owl star in the starry space, and when on the quintet, lying in an extremely narrow and confined cabin, his thoughts always meandered to that utterly insignificant question. "I was thinking about the value of life." He answered the trooper's question quite seriously. This chapter has 6,000 words. That's technically an extra update for today. Also, although I update 4,000 words daily, on time at 11 o'clock noon, I really don't have any drafts. The drafts are written late into the night the day before, and it was 4:30 when I finished this chapter. Not having drafts is really exhausting. I'll write more on the weekends to try to prevent this. I'll publish it on schedule, and correct any typos after I wake up. Chapter 232. When Gu Hang opened his eyes again, dozens of minutes had passed, and the battle at the crossroads had ended. The soldier from the 3rd Independent Regiment, who had descended from the sky and used a thermite bomb from who knows where to kill the Beastman Overlord, prompted Gu Hang to release the telekinetic control over Quang Gaia. Instead, he employed spiritual energy to pull the priest, who was barely hanging on to life and unconscious, forcefully to the rear to prevent him from being affected by the thermite bomb blast. At the same time, he also saw Mattins, while retreating swiftly, did not forget to drag that heroic soldier back with him. Next, he witnessed Quang Gaia melting from the chest up, where his armor had completely failed, and then the orc was burned through from the inside out. Although many greenskin orcs were still alive on the battlefield when Quang Gaia died, their threat level dropped dramatically once their strongest leader was dead, which is characteristic of greenskin orcs. Without their leader, they began to disperse and fight on their own. Moreover, Quang Gaia's influence on the greenskin orc assault group was immense. Without him to withstand countless attacks and kill various infantry and armored units, the remaining greenskins, even the Murderkin and the Dread Ironkin, fell far behind in combat strength. The armored personnel carriers began to advance slowly in the 8-meter-wide corridor, with the infantry orderly using them as cover and a firepower platform to attack the enemy. An infantry battalion that had flanked from the south side of the intersection caught the greenskins, now in disarray and weakened in their will to fight, off guard. The rocket launchers fired round after round, with the explosion's destructive power magnified in the narrow passage. Moreover, even though Gu Hang himself could no longer maintain his combat strength due to the overload of spiritual energy, and Priest Rizzo was in the same condition, there were still 3 Starship warriors left. They turned into super soldiers on the battlefield, taking on a role similar to that previously played by Genie Quang Gaia. Perhaps, even Mattins, the nominal leader of the battle group, only had the prowess of a squad champion and was badly equipped, far from the strength of the beastman overlord. However, they had the advantage of being 3 men and, compared to the greenskin overlord, they were more calculated, rational, and very adept at coordinating with the mortal troops in combat. They would not use their powered suits to directly withstand the enemy's fiercest firepower, they knew when to step in and help the infantry when they encountered difficult situations. Overall, the battle was essentially over, and they had won the final victory. Although the troops under Gu Heng's command also suffered tremendous casualties, it was still fine because they won. Having witnessed this moment, he felt relieved enough to pass out. The excessive use of spiritual energy had left him with a splitting headache. However, he didn't faint for long. It was just for dozens of minutes, which didn't really affect anything significant. Upon waking up again, he felt much better. Although still a little shaky and not daring to use spiritual energy, fearing it would make his head hurt more, he could at least move normally without any major problems. At this moment, the battle was essentially over, and his soldiers were clearing the battlefield. The greenskins who hadn't completely died were finished off with a few gunshots or had their brains thoroughly scrambled with a bayonet thrust into their heads. If they encountered their comrades in arms, the bodies were properly collected, for those blown too badly to even separate from each other's corpses, they could only bring back a head. If even the head couldn't be brought back, then there was nothing more to be done. However, one thing was certain to be retrieved: the soldier's armband, which bore the number of the soldier's unit and their own soldier number. Through this, one could identify the soldier's identity from the military administrative structure set up by Tadeus. All the soldiers who died bravely deserved to be remembered. Then Gu Heng found the corpse of the greenskin overlord. He called Madans over and asked him for a favor, to sever the orc overlord's head. The head hadn't been completely burned by the thermite bomb, which was good. Carrying the head, he went to the starship's bridge command center, accompanied by 2 starship warriors. As for the other 2 starship warriors, Rizzo had already been taken to receive treatment by another warrior. Quintet's bridge command center. Yelizaya was still mostly focused on commanding the starship in battle. She had to constantly monitor the movements of enemy ships and keep an eye on the quintet's overall condition. However, during this process, part of her mind was always on the battle that had broken out inside the starship. After the Navy Marine Corps assembled their main force in an attempt to stop the enemy's advance but ended up getting wiped out, a great panic had already enveloped her. What she feared most was that in the midst of battle, her starship would explode from the inside. Yelizaya knew that Gu Heng's troops had the support of 4 starship warriors. Of course, she had high hopes for these angels of the Emperor. Yet, thinking rationally, could 4 starship warriors really win against a beastman overlord? She dared not ponder too deeply on this question, fearing that the result would be too desperate to bear. Chapter 233. She could only focus all her attention on commanding the naval battle. During this time, she had destroyed another greenskin destroyer, and an escort ship of the greenskins had been blown up by the firepower from the Beautiful Lady. Of the 2 escort ships in the Beautiful Lady convoy that had been invaded by jumpers, one had returned to normal, while the other had its void shield shut down and was subsequently destroyed. But overall, the enemy still had 1 destroyer and 2 escort ships left. The remaining strength, even just by the quintet alone, was more than enough to wipe them all out. Under normal circumstances, such as during drills at school in the past simulations, she would be opening champagne by now, celebrating victory with her colleagues in the command team. But she dared not now. On one hand, this was the first real naval battle she faced. She dared not take it lightly, not until all the green-skinned warships were truly destroyed. The stakes of this battle were immeasurably higher than any drill or simulation she had experienced before. On the other hand, the huge threat inside the starship had not been resolved. And just then, news arrived. Gu Heng was back and headed straight to the bridge. So what's the exact situation? Did we win or not? Yelizaya asked. I don't know. The naval officer who delivered the message was sweating profusely. Mr. Gu didn't say. Yelizaya slapped her hand, wanting to curse. Rationally, if they hadn't won, Gu Heng wouldn't dare to come over playing coy like this. It must be a victory. But without a confirmed message, how could she feel at ease? In the end, she could only say resentfully, "Let him in." No sooner had she spoken than, just a minute later, the door to the bridge command center opened. Immediately after, a huge head rolled in, like a wheel tumbling in. Yelizaya was startled, the thick stench of blood filling her nostrils almost made her vomit. She was a military officer, a captain, she had seen her share of dead bodies, but, as someone of her noble status, she rarely set foot on the bloody battlefield herself. Most of the brutal battles were represented before her as reports, a string of numbers, at most some footage to view. There was no need for someone like her, a high-born noble from a naval family, an esteemed Imperial Navy Commodore, to personally risk her life, was there? Even the service pistol at her waist was merely ceremonial. But even so, she did not scream. She braced herself, carefully examining the head that had rolled to the front of her command table. It was the head of the Beastman Overlord. She was certain of it. Looking up, she saw Gu Heng with a pale face but a proud smile, accompanied by 2 star warriors, striding forward. Standing before the Overlord's head, Gu Heng said to Yelizaya on the command platform, "I told you, this is the start of our path to glory." Yelizaya's face also bloomed with a brilliant smile, the blood's foul scent in her mouth and nose turned sweet. She would welcome the bloody scent of such an important enemy, even if unpleasant, wanting to savor it more. "Mr. Gu, you are a hero." It seemed she no longer minded that Gu Heng had subtly threatened her with the Rage Owl Star troops boarding the ship before the battle. It was not her magnanimity, but rather victory could overshadow all discord. The war was won, the benefits to her were incalculable. She not only didn't mind Gu Heng's earlier threats, but from the bottom of her heart, she was grateful that Mr. Gu helped her to strengthen her resolve. If she had missed out on this merit, that would have been a great pity. The death of the Beastman Overlord was a significant piece of good news. She finally didn't need to worry that, amid the fighting, her own starship would explode from the inside out. Had it not been for the ongoing space naval battle outside the starship, with green-skinned ships still charging, she certainly would have prepared a welcoming ceremony in line for the soon-to-return Gu Heng. Now she could finally devote all her attention to commanding the naval battle. With the unease swept from her mind, she commanded the fight with a buoyant spirit and a settled heart, feeling even the gunfire became more accurate and fierce. In contrast, upon noticing that the fighting inside the quintet had calmed and the entire ship was no longer in chaos or affected by disorganized combat, the remaining few ships of the Greenskin fleet seemed to realize that their leader had really gotten themselves into trouble this time. Despite the lack of concrete news, they still started to show hesitation. They didn't flee but stopped charging, hesitantly exchanging fire with the quintet and the beautiful lady that had caught up from behind at a certain distance. This was obviously a losing strategy. After another main destroyer was destroyed, the remaining 3 greenskin frigates lost even the courage to continue fighting and directly chose to flee. But by the time they thought of escaping, it was already too late to run away. The quintet chased after them, taking advantage of the long-range firepower to start picking them off one by one. In the end, as the 3 greenskin frigates activated their jump drives, desperately trying to escape into the Star Realm tunnel, their propulsion failed, their shield system failed, and they were all blown up before the jump could even begin. Destroying greenskin ships was not a painful ordeal. The greenskin orc starships were usable only to them. For humans, even if captured, they were just a pile of junk, totally inoperable and beyond understanding how such a heap of rubble could navigate stably through space. After all of the greenskin warships were eliminated, combat results popped up in Gu Heng's view. A resounding victory, earned 1,401 points of grace. Naval part, lost 2, destroyed 12. Beautiful Lady Convoy, Allied lost 2, destroyed 2. Imperial Navy, Allied lost 0, destroyed 10. Ground combat part, lost 13,468, killed 2,623. Beautiful Lady Convoy, Allied lost 5,569, killed 823. Imperial Navy, Allied lost 3,763, killed 508. Phoenix Battle Group, Allied lost 0, killed 63. Rage Owl Star Troops, lost 4,136, killed 1,229. This battle's settlement page was a bit special, with the naval part being settled separately, and the destruction of ships had almost nothing to do with Gu Heng. However, the ground combat was more closely related to him. The damage from the orcs boarding and combat was substantial. Those who boarded were elite forces. The reason the beautiful Lady Convoy suffered over 5,000 losses was that an escort ship had been nearly massacred after being boarded. As the fight dragged on, many sailors were as good as unarmed, so the casualties were bound to be high. The quintet had elite ground forces and numerous armed sailors. But the biggest loss came during the attack led by Genie Kwang Gaya, as too many people died without inflicting significant casualties on the greenskins. Only Gu Hang's battle yielded a relatively better casualty ratio, mainly because heavy firepower couldn't be used. He could only fight the greenskins hand-to-hand, which was a disadvantage, coupled with the many extra casualties paid to kill the beastman overlord. The battle was actually quite short-lived, especially when compared to the nearly 2-month battle at the High Tower Ruins, where the annihilation of the Greenskin tribe took place. This battle, particularly the ground combat, probably only lasted a few hours in total. But the intensity of the battle was immense. Based on Gu Hang's estimates, just looking at the greenskins killed, the awarded grace points should be in the hundreds. Even if those greenskins were more elite, with quite a several killing machines and terror tanks and the like, they shouldn't be in the thousands. That was according to the ratio worked out in the settlement of the battle at the High Tower Ruins. In that 2-month campaign, his forces killed 15,000 greenskins and only earned a little over 2,000 grace points. However, this time the 1,000 or so kills earned thousands of grace points. The biggest difference was probably due to that beastman overlord's head. At this point, Gu Hang still had to feel fortunate that the one who got the final kill was Lacroix, one of his soldiers. If the final kill had been taken by Mattins, then the victory would have been credited to the allied forces that didn't award grace points, and the settlement would probably result in many fewer grace points. I must award that lad a heavy medal. Chapter 234. As Wang Jiarong sat on the spaceship heading towards the quintet, the sensation of surviving a disastrous ordeal still lingered in her mind. When the green Skin Orcs fleet emerged from the jumping point, she really felt everything was over, with the probability of escaping being less than 1%. The appearance of the quintet was truly a deliverance from fate. Upon calming down, she knew this was no coincidence. The universe being so vast, it would be extremely coincidental for the quintet to happen to be jumping away from the Rage Owl star system to Corollia via the Star Realm Tunnel and then happen to encounter their beautiful lady convoy leaving the Star Realm Tunnel, only to be caught up to by the greenskins. How low would that probability be? It must have been that the quintet received some information, then deliberately waited here. They already knew about the Greenskin Orcs fleet appearing. This could also explain why the quintet was in stealth mode, then using the element of surprise, fired its weapons full force, instantly destroying an enemy mainline destroyer. She had no intention of blaming the Imperial Navy. Communication becomes extremely difficult when inside the Star Realm Tunnel, which is normal. Upon boarding the ship and meeting Colonel Yelazia, Wang Jiarong quickly stepped forward and embraced the female captain. Colonel Yelazia, sister, thank you so much. If not for you, I would have been doomed this time. Her gratitude was sincere. There was a reason she called her sister. They both knew each other, having mixed in the upper circles of Capital Wing Star in the Star Sector capital when they were younger, so they had some interaction. As they grew older, both had their own life experiences. Like most of the Fufana family's offspring, Yelazia went to the Naval Academy, and with her direct lineage and outstanding achievements, she became a representative of the younger generation, the youngest captain. Wang Jiarong, on the other hand, did not belong to a particularly powerful family, but had a very formidable aunt who married into the Gu family. Tianma, the Gu clan, was rooted in the Tianma Star Sector, and their reputation had spread across several neighboring star sectors in recent years, mainly because they were an important member of the Empire Commerce Guild, owning several large-scale interstellar caravans and many smaller ones, with considerable financial strength. With her aunt's connections, and also investing some money from her own family as shares, she used the Gu commercial fleet's name to establish her own small caravan, which had been quite successful over the years. Since everyone had grown up and embarked on their own paths, Wang Jiarong and Yelazia hadn't seen or contacted each other for many years. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, they met here today, and their respective identities matched up perfectly. The Imperial merchant fleet was raided by alien pirates, and the Imperial Navy quickly stepped in to rescue the merchant fleet from peril. After a brief embrace and another use of sister to try and bring them closer, Wang Jiarong gestured to her entourage who accompanied her here, bringing forward 3 cases. A modest gift, as a token of appreciation, said Wang Jiarong with a light smile, and when we return to Flying Wing Star, a more generous gift will be sent to express our thanks. She knew how to conduct herself. Although fighting pirates and aliens was the duty of the Imperial Navy, she was rescued after all, and obligations needed to be fulfilled. This was also a way of developing closer ties. This is our duty as soldiers, Yelazia said while accepting the gifts without any ceremony. Of course, she didn't open the cases right there and then. There was no need to, it would seem too petty. She also trusted that Wang Jiarong wouldn't be so clueless. After chatting briefly, Wang Jiarong's gaze naturally turned to Gu Hang, who was standing by her side. Cousin. Gu Hang responded with a nod. The interaction between them was somewhat cold. This shouldn't be. In Gu Hang's memory, there was indeed an image of this cousin. Her aunt, who married into the Gu clan, was Gu Hang's biological mother. When he was younger, his father died early, so he didn't play much with his Gu family cousins and instead spent more time with his maternal uncle's daughter, Wang Jiarong. The two had a fairly good relationship. Wang Jiarong's original trading route did not include Rage Owl Star. She came here because Gu Hang contacted her through the quintet's communication system. She then brought a batch of goods that Gu Hang specifically requested, along with some typical bulk merchandise, planning to make a trip to the remote Rage Owl Star system. She had even made up her mind that for this trip, she wouldn't earn anything and was just doing her cousin a favor. If it weren't for the close relationship and the connection of having an aunt/mother, who would do such a thing? But unexpectedly, instead of not making a profit, she was now at a significant loss. Losing 2 escort ships, with the remaining 2 including Beautiful Lady, all had significant damage, and repairing the ships would also cost a considerable amount of money. This loss was not something a small business venture could compare to. To earn back this money, she would probably have to run for many years. For this reason, Gu Hang could understand why Wang Jiarong didn't show him any favorable expression. They may have had a good relationship, but this trip to the Rage Owl Star system had cost her too much. Gu Hang did feel guilty. But not much. Upon reflection, he couldn't blame himself. He wasn't intentionally trying to trip up his cousin. He had no idea about the Greenskin fleet approaching when he sent out the invitation. Chapter 235. This is like asking a friend to give you a lift in a taxi, and then there's an accident. You can't blame the passenger for wanting a ride, can you? Plus, I did my best to rescue the people in the car. I'm not a prophet. Who could have predicted that calling a convoy would result in a Greenskin fleet lying in wait in the Star Realm tunnel? If it were just ordinary pirates, it would have been fine. Typical pirates might have a few shoddy ships at best. Her convoy had 3 escort ships, and including the firepower of the Beautiful Lady itself, handling small-time pirates would have been a piece of cake. However, by pirate standards, the Greenskin fleet that appeared was enormous. It would take terrible luck to encounter such trouble. Furthermore, upon receiving the intelligence, Gu Hang immediately began thinking of a solution. This was certainly to save his own planet, but also to rescue his cousin's convoy. I can't be blamed for what happened. I tried hard to find a solution when things went awry, and I indeed saved you. Thinking about it at this level, most of Gu Hang's guilt dissipated. Still, it was only right to compensate my cousin for her losses. When Wang Jiarong boarded the ship, Yelizaya and Gu Hang welcomed her. After their initial interaction, they moved to a reception room to continue their in-depth discussion on post-war matters. In the reception room, there was a table with 3 chairs around it where the 3 of them sat. There was no particular arrangement regarding the seating order signaling any hierarchy. Yet, it was Gu Hang who spoke first. The war has ended, but the matters after the war are equally important. Victory doesn't erase the losses. We need to seek the dividends of our victory, not let the victory become a scar. He made an opening statement. The 2 others found his words reasonable. Victory is one thing, the fruits of victory another. Don't think that winning means you can enjoy the spoils. There are plenty of cases where victories end up costing more than defeats. This battle in particular. Fighting the Greenskins, there was no option to capture warships. All 12 green-skinned warships became space debris, with practically zero loot. The Beautiful Lady convoy lost 2 ships, and the quintet's repairs would cost a great deal. Even Gu Hang, with the smallest losses, had over 4,000 soldiers killed or wounded and at least 40 Strider combat vehicles destroyed. This is roughly the monthly output of Gu Hang's munitions factory. If we can't find other ways to reap the fruits of victory, then even a win would come at a blood loss. Also, there was an unspoken implication, the fruits of victory had not only to be sought out but also divided among them. Gu Hang spoke logically, and Wang Jiarong agreed. However, she found it somewhat strange that her cousin was acting as if he was the one in charge, hosting the meeting. What was more critical was that Yelizaya didn't seem to have any objection and listened intently. This incident was not an accident, Gu Hang continued. It was a premeditated, planned invasion by the Iron Tooth clan against the Tianma Star sector. It included deploying spores to Rage Owl Star, attempting to infect the entire planet with greenery and use it as a springboard for invading the Tianma Star sector. I thwarted their ground actions on the planet, and with the help of the Imperial Navy, destroyed the vanguard clan the Iron Tooth clan had cultivated on Rage Owl Star during the last governor's term. The Iron Tooth clan, unwilling to accept defeat, dispatched their main fleet, consisting of 4 destroyers and 12 escort ships, complete with a large contingent of ground troops, attempting a forceful invasion of Rage Owl Star. I intercepted the intelligence. The quintet contacted the nearby Beautiful Lady convoy, and under the authority granted by the War Act, temporarily requisitioned the convoy ships. We lured the Greenskin alien fleet into a preset ambush location, and near the jump point of Tunnel 1 in the Rage Owl Star system, we conducted a successful annihilation battle. The entire Greenskin fleet was eliminated, and the Beastman Overlord was beheaded. Gu Heng was telling a story. The 2 ladies beside him listened more and more intently as he spoke. Now, what they were discussing was the information soon to be reported to the Star Sector government, to the Imperial Military Department. Lying was out of the question. Inventing facts, exaggerating triumphs, concealing losses, these factual matters could not be falsified. You could gamble on the Star Sector government not caring, or bet that the Imperial Military Department wouldn't spot the discrepancies, but if you gamble and lose, you end up with nothing. However, Gu Heng's statement was not afraid of scrutiny. On the specific facts, there was no fabrication. Indeed, a crisis of green-skinned beings proliferating occurred on Rage Owl Star, and the size of the green-skinned tribe had indeed reached tens of thousands, with technological advancements reaching the level of possessing killer cans and iron fear cans, and even the emergence of green-skinned warlords. Who could say that such a green-skin army was a wild, primitive green-skin? Even if one were to perform genetic sequencing, it would undoubtedly be from the Iron Tooth clan. The Iron Tooth clan, a large space orc clan within the Star Sea that has some renown, majorly operates in the Eastern Cosmos domain. Their most famous deed is the destruction of over 50 Empire worlds across 3 star sectors. To date, they still hold those territories and have not been eradicated, with the war between humans and them ongoing. Afterwards, the configuration and scale of the Greenskin fleet with 4+8 was also entirely true. The quintet indeed pulled in the Beautiful Lady convoy and entirely annihilated that fleet around the transition area of the Rage Owl Star system. The general account of the engagement was factually correct, entirely based on reality. But this narrative, in comparison, was much more appealing than the bare facts. The discovery of greenskin proliferation on Rage Owl Star was due to biological research prior to the world's destruction, local greenskins sending messages into space which were picked up by the Greenskin fleet. That marauding fleet ventured to this area, the Beautiful Lady convoy happened upon them and got involved, accidentally attacked, then rescued by the quintet. What does this mean? According to Gu Heng's statement, everyone benefited. The whole event was magnified into a major assault on the Tianma Star sector by the Iron Tooth clan, with the vanguard defeated. This was a great military achievement, far greater than annihilating a group of greenskin pirates. Especially pleased with this narrative was Wang Jiarong. Her convoy, by changing its banner, was not merely a victim or a rescued party, but became a convoy drafted to coordinate with the Imperial Navy's operations. And under the relevant laws, she could report her losses to the Empire Commerce Guild and the Military Affairs Department to receive certain compensations. It's not as if she would directly receive replacement escort ships for the 2 destroyed ones, but at the very least she would receive a considerable sum of money, as well as perks such as higher level qualifications for ship purchases, ship buying discounts, tax breaks, and compensation. Especially when it comes to ship buying qualifications. Large starships aren't something one can buy whenever they wish. The Empire government has strict restrictions on this. If handled well, she could obtain the qualifications to buy a destroyer or even a cruiser-grade vessel, and just that qualification alone, even if she doesn't use it personally and decides to sell it, would be a substantial income. All of these taken together, it's quite possible not only to recover all her losses but also to make a hefty profit. At the same time, Yelazia was set to gain the most profit. Or in other words, in this battle her and her quintet were undeniably the main force. No matter how the spoils of victory were divided, she wouldn't miss out on taking the biggest share. The Iron Tooth clan's vanguard fleet invading the Tianma Star sector, consisting of 12 naval ships, was completely obliterated by her leading a small convoy. She was the supreme commander, the absolute main force in battle. Her decisive judgment, extraordinary strategy and impressive military achievements were all out in the open. She advantageously thwarted the beastmen's assault and inflicted a devastating blow on the Orc naval forces. The quintet took damage? What of it? The Military Affairs Department would pay for the repairs, which could hardly be considered her responsibility, but rather a merit. With the Fufana family's influence in the Imperial Navy, she was set to be promoted to a rising star general. With just her military academy and drill performances, she could become a provisional general, a starship captain. Now, with her stunning wartime achievement laid bare, her rapid promotion to a true general was certain. Even more so, this would pave the way for even further advancement in her future. A promotion to Major General within a year, then with a few more years and ample experience, aspiring to take the position of Fleet Commander for the Tianma fleet was not beyond hope. And Gu Heng could also reap considerable benefits by virtue of eradicating the surface vanguard, providing important intelligence, and participating in the star battle to solve the Beastman Overlord, all being three significant merits. It was only while writing today that I realized, the name of the cousin sounded so familiar, no wonder it's very similar to the name of the female mechanic under Gu Heng's command. Let's call it a beautiful coincidence. Chapter 236. Compared to those two ladies, what Gu Heng could obtain was relatively little. But he was content. The Iron Tooth clan's raiding fleet was originally targeting Rage Owl Star. By involving the beautiful lady convoy and the Imperial Navy, it was like solving a massive problem for him, one that he couldn't have resolved by himself. That was the biggest gain. And the thousands of grace points seemed like an incidental benefit, taken for granted. However, Gu Heng would still strive to secure more additional rights for himself. Eliminating the surface vanguard, providing important intelligence, taking part in space battles to take down the Beastman Overlord. The Planetary Defense Force of Rage Owl Star made such a great contribution in this war and suffered heavy losses. Shouldn't the Military Affairs Department consider issuing some more advanced equipment to cope with the possible future wars? Even more, Gu Heng was contemplating something. Now, with definitive intelligence involving a giant like the Iron Tooth clan possibly launching a massive attack on Tianma Star sector, they have de facto sent out a vanguard fleet. Thus, the Empire needs to strengthen the defense forces on Rage Owl Star, right? In addition to stationing a starship, deploying a certain number of land forces, stationing an actual Star Realm Army Corps would be quite reasonable, right? Oh, the Star Realm Army is stretched thin? Can't temporarily draw a sufficient force? No worries. I, Gu Heng, the planetary governor of the Empire, the Emperor's most loyal subject, will certainly take on the Empire's worries. This matter, leave it to Rage Owl Star. As the planetary governor, Gu Heng will fully support the construction of the Star Realm Army. With just 10 million tax currency, a group army of hundreds of thousands, equipped with various heavy weapons, can be established on Rage Owl Star. The people and the equipment will all come from the planet. And Governor Gu Heng, due to his outstanding performance in the last war, could become the corps commander of the Star Realm Army. But this point is very difficult to arrange. A planetary governor doubling as a Star Realm Army Corps commander is not unprecedented, but it's quite rare. If that doesn't work out, Gu Heng could also settle for promoting Tadeus to that position. And since they're establishing a new corps, the Empire will certainly provide funding. 10 million tax currency, isn't that perfect? Rage Owl Star was supposed to pay an imperial tax in a year and a half anyway. The imperial tax quota for Rage Owl Star is at the lowest bracket. With the planet's population officially set at 50 million by the Imperial Taxation Department, it was obligated to pay an imperial levy of 5 million tax currency per year, paid biennially, totaling 10 million at a time. For his first tax payment, Gu Heng only needed to pay a quarter, thanks to a concession from the Star Sector government. Of course, the Department of Taxation wouldn't acknowledge this deal. In essence, the additional 7.5 million was paid by the Star Sector government on behalf of Rage Owl Star to the Imperial Taxation Department. So, the Star Sector government's 7.5 million tax currency shouldn't be given to the Department of Taxation anymore, but should instead make a detour to my hands, directly to me, plus the 2.5 million tax currency that Rage Owl Star itself has to pay, adding up to 10 million. It's very reasonable to establish a group army of over 500,000, equipped with various heavy weapons, on Rage Owl Star. When the time comes, Gu Heng would shove all of his troops under his command into it. After all, constructing the army was always on the agenda, and it's a major support effort. With the imperial tax covering the cost, it's a win-win. The soldiers are my men, the officers are my men, the highest commander is my man, and the troops are stationed on the planet. At the end of the day, who gets to call the shots? It's just a change of name. Of course, it's not entirely without drawbacks. The Star Realm Army is different from the Planetary Defense Force. The latter is completely subject to the governor and only deals with internal planetary matters. The former, on the other hand, must obey orders from the Military Affairs Department. Today, if the orders are to garrison Rage Owl Star, then Gu Heng could still use his influence to keep the entire force under control. But tomorrow, for all we know, a dispatch order might arrive, possibly sending troops to fill in on some difficult battlefield. Could he refuse to accept the orders? But such things are uncertain. Not to mention that the likelihood of it happening isn't particularly high. Even if I don't transform the forces into the Star Realm Army, when there's a real need, the Military Affairs Department could invoke special emergency statutes to conscript the Planetary Defense Forces into the Star Realm Army. Gu Heng wouldn't be able to stop that either. Instead of that, it would be better to turn them into the Star Realm Army. If they are to be taken away, then so be it. After all, the money for forming the army, or the people involved, can be considered as purchased by the Empire with allocated tax funds. Consider it as paying the normal tax. What would Gu Heng lose? It's definitely more reliable than having the Planetary Defense Forces conscripted without any compensation. Of course, all of the above are still just Gu Heng's ideas. To turn them into reality, there's still a long way to go. He said to the two ladies, this is essentially about converting the reality of military victory into tangible political success, and then into corresponding economic benefits. Since everyone agrees with the approach I've suggested, what remains is to resolve some minor details. Yelazaya agreed, adding, the overall facts are not a problem, but there are two important nuances. First, what exactly is in the intelligence I intercepted, and second, the matter of Yelazaya drafting the beautiful lady convoy into battle in the name of the Imperial Navy needs real evidence. Wang Jiarong said, the latter issue is relatively easy to resolve. Sister Yelazaya, you can sign a retroactive conscription order on paper, claiming it was signed afterward. At the same time, we need to create a communication record that shows I accepted the Navy's conscription from the start of the battle, and all actions taken after emerging from the warp point were aimed at luring the Greenskin fleet into the predetermined battle location. Chapter 237. Gu Heng similarly said, I'll handle the interception of relevant intelligence in the ruins on the surface. They began to meticulously discuss how to patch things up and ensure all details could withstand scrutiny. In truth, most of this work was likely futile. As long as there were no issues with the broader facts, these details would probably not be scrutinized by the Military Affairs Department. If they had to deploy specialized inspection teams to verify every detail of each battle, they couldn't possibly keep up with the countless wars happening across the stars at every moment, even if the Military Affairs Department worked to death. Sometimes, even when the Military Affairs Department knew there might be issues somewhere, they couldn't be bothered to deal with them. As long as things were more or less accurate, without fabricating military achievements or inventing facts in major matters, that was sufficient. As for what happened after reporting their achievements, the three of them tacitly refrained from discussing further. How Wang Jiarong would operate to compensate for her losses, and perhaps even make a large profit, was a matter for her and the Gu family backing her. How Yelazaya and the Fufana family behind her would package her as a star of the Imperial Navy was their concern too. And for Gu Heng himself, to turn the things he envisioned into reality, he had to find his own way. These matters didn't need to be communicated with each other. With their major contributions confirmed, how they seized political advantages was down to their own skills. Gu Heng had a lengthy in-depth conversation with the two ladies. They said there were only some details that needed to be supplemented, but even these details had to be perfected. The Imperial Military Department had only a very small likelihood of checking, and even if they did check, they probably wouldn't be too thorough, as long as they confirmed that a group of greenskins had been slaughtered on the surface, that 12 greenskin ships had been destroyed at the jump point, and that the severed head indeed belonged to a beastman overlord. That would be the end of it. But even for that tiny probability, they wanted to do things as well as possible, to avoid even the slightest chance of mishap. Once they had agreed on everything, what remained was for each of them to execute their parts. And after Yelazai left first, only Gu Heng and Wang Jiarong, the siblings, were left in the small drawing room. They fell silent for a while. Actually, by this time, Wang Jiarong was no longer so upset about the losses. Though the merchant fleet was registered in her name, it was essentially the property of the Gu commercial firm. She was the commander, a shareholder, and a leader. It wasn't her fault that they suffered such significant losses. they were targeted by an overwhelming force of pirates, so her guilt would not be particularly heavy. Her status within the firm would decline, and her own investment would take a big hit, which was to be expected, but it wouldn't ruin her completely. Moreover, following the new explanation given by her cousin, she might well turn her losses into profits, even a substantial one, so everything would be recovered. The incident itself couldn't entirely be blamed on her cousin. With several factors combined, she really couldn't stay mad at her cousin, who she had grown up with since childhood. But she couldn't seem too intimate either. The main reason was another matter. She sighed and said, "Cousin, actually, Auntie really misses you." "Oh," Gu Hang replied with a word. He had no other implications. From the memories of his former self, he could envision the figure of a beautiful woman. However, in his perception, the former self's deep feelings for his mother were quite ambivalent. Love, of course, was there, but also some resentment. Honestly, he wasn't too interested in dealing with the previous family's squabbles. The things he sifted from the memories always seemed separated by a veil, a layer of cloth. They were clearly there, but the feelings were not profound. It was like watching a movie, the story was clear and even emotionally impactful, but it didn't feel like it happened to him. Of course, he couldn't sever ties with them. These things were etched in his mind, in his memory, indelible. Additionally, his ascent to the role of planetary governor was entirely due to his family's status, an identity he couldn't shed even if he wanted to. The contradiction of feeling detached, yet unable to cut ties, manifested in his behavior as a nonchalant O. Wang Jiarong on the other side, however, misunderstood. She sighed again, "Cousin, you can't blame Auntie, sigh, anyway, it was your mistake this time. You shouldn't have agreed when Mr. Paydesi nominated you to become the governor of Rage Owl Star, it has put the Gu clan in a particularly passive position." Gu Hang's heart stirred. Was there more to the story? In his memory, he was one of the core members of the Gu family's generation, his grandfather had been the previous leader of the family, and his father should have taken his place but had died shortly after Gu Hang was born. Currently, the Gu family didn't have a true leader. His mother, Mrs. Wang Qi, on the other hand, was quite capable. That was Gu Hang's assessment of the beautiful woman in his memories. A woman who, after marrying into the family and losing her husband shortly after giving birth, managed to preserve a significant amount of benefits for her own little family in the subsequent internal family struggles and became a significant force within the Gu commercial firm. This was no easy feat. However, in devoting herself wholeheartedly to her career, she inevitably neglected her son. In the memories of his previous life, his relationship with his mother was rather indifferent, they rarely interacted, and with strict discipline, coupled with various rumors within the family, the implicit isolation by his kin, mediocre achievements, and lack of recognition, these things all contributed to the resentment at the core of his former self. Then, a few months ago, he encountered the Star Sector leader, Mr. Luoang Paydesi, at an upper-class gathering. The gap between the two was vast. One was the leader of a star sector, and the other just a rich second generation. But Paydesi took the time to talk with Gu Hang carefully during a toast exchange. According to the memories and feelings of his former self, he felt respected. Mr. Paydesi, with a cordial and gentle demeanor, praised him, recognized his yet unseen potential, and expressed hope for his future. They then talked about Rage Owl Star, saying they hoped a member of the Gu family could take on the role of governor to solve this long-standing problem for the star sector. His predecessor was not completely foolish, he could see that the star sector leader was somewhat conning him. But he accepted the offer without hesitation. From his perspective, Rage Owl Star was the source of the Tianma star sector, which had not paid enough imperial tax since its return to the empire, constantly requiring the star sector government to cover the shortfall. The decision to rebuild Rage Owl Star was made by Mr. Paydesi, and marked the expansion of the Tianma star sector into a ninth world, beyond the original 8. Reclaiming territory was the main achievement that Paydesi reported to the higher regional government when he had first become the star sector leader. The nature of a star sector leader and a planetary governor, akin to a local emperor, were different. The latter was more like a lord, holding sway over military, political, and financial matters, ensuring loyalty with imperial tax collection, making it difficult to challenge them. The former was more like a bureaucrat, a politician needing achievements and stories to embellish their portfolio, requiring the support of powerful planetary governors to secure their position as the head of the star sector. However, the story of reclaiming the old land that he had told when he first took office had, unexpectedly, turned into a burden years later, mired in decades of struggle. This wasn't merely due to the abysmal conditions and challenges in Rage Owl Star itself, but also because political rivals within the star sector were constantly holding things back, causing endless problems for the reconstruction efforts. Paydesi had had enough of this situation and was determined to resolve it. He hoped to unite the Fufana family and the Gu family to tackle this problem head-on. The Paydesi brothers, the Fufana family, and the Gu family formed a solid triad within the Tianma star sector. The Fufanas represented the Imperial Navy, while the Gus brought substantial financial strength. Moreover, with one Paydesi brother serving as the Flying Wing Star governor and the other as the political influence of the star sector leader, they had the complete capability to thoroughly develop Rage Owl Star. The former Gu Hang believed himself to be the most capable person in the Gu family identified by Mr. Paydesi. Even fearing unexpected turns, such as another family member stealing the governorship from him, he kept silent until the appointment letter was in his hands. And then, he bitterly experienced a slap in the face from his mother. Chapter 238. Gu Hang was certain that his predecessor's greatest resentment towards his mother stemmed from that slap. He remembered how Mrs. Wang Qi, gasping for breath after hitting him, said with immense disappointment, "How could I have a son like you? Incompetent, foolish, clueless. If it were just that, I could still ensure you a lifetime of riches. But you have the audacity to harbor ambitions that your abilities cannot back. You really aren't even 1/10,000th of your father. You disappoint me so much." Those words pierced his heart deeply. His mother looked down on him. This filled him with anger and resentment, so much so that he took a personal attendant with him and took office alone. But he wasn't going there just to die, at least that's what he thought before. According to his predecessor's understanding, under normal circumstances, he truly was the one meant to save Rage Owl Star from disaster. It's true that many governors before him had died, and failing to complete the imperial tax collection could cost a scion of the Gu clan his life. Such was a fundamental rule of the empire. But he wasn't afraid. What were those previous governors? Mere rotten fish and shrimp? But I, Gu Hang, am the pride of destiny. Driven by political self-interest, the star sector's head honcho was determined to develop Rage Owl Star. Fufana offered full support, and the Navy allocated a cruiser to be stationed at Rage Owl Star, so there wasn't much to worry about military-wise. Combined with the financial power of the Gu family, wasn't this task bound to succeed? Doesn't get the old lady's support? If she doesn't support it, so be it. The Gu family isn't dictated by Wang Qi, there are many other uncles and elders. What's this about the Tianma Star Sector Iron Triangle? Moreover, the appointment letter had already been issued. In the Central Empire, he was already a registered planetary governor. There was no turning back on this matter. He couldn't go back on it after that slap from his mother either. As Gu Hang perused the memories, he could clearly sense that his predecessor had a thought: if I really am to die, then I'll just fulfill mother's desires. If such a useless son dies, you'd probably be very happy. The events that followed, Gu Hang was well aware of. He had traveled through time and space, taking the place of his predecessor on his way to his new position. During the nearly 1-month journey from Flying Wing Star to Rage Owl Star aboard the starship, and the 5 or 6 months of striving to establish himself on the surface, the Gu family had indeed hardened their hearts and hadn't provided a single penny in that half a year. That's how things stood. At this moment, as Gu Hang replayed the entire incident in his mind, it was quite clear that his predecessor had been set up. The few sentences his mother scolded him with weren't really a big deal. Mainly because Gu Hang didn't feel it personally. If you're scolded, you're scolded. After all, she wasn't scolding me. Oh, turns out she was scolding me, so, never mind. The problem with his predecessor was significant. He could see something deeper, but not enough. He saw that behind this incident, Paydesi had schemed from his own political interests. He saw that the coalition of the three was strong and could resolve the issue, but was too blindly confident. Why would Paydesi, as the chief head of the star sector, start his plan from someone who was relatively a nobody? According to Gu Hang's judgment, it was very likely that Paydesi hadn't managed to get the Gu clan on board at all. The combined effort of the three families was probably a figment of the predecessor's imagination. By roping in his naive predecessor, Paydesi could incidentally drag the Gu family into the mess. Once a core family member became a governor and the imperial appointment was decreed, it was a done deal. You wouldn't seriously leave him unsupported, would you? Especially Mrs. Wang Qi, this was her only son, and given her status as a widow, which was quite awkward decades after her husband's death, Her connection to the Gu family relied on this son bearing the Gu name. By all accounts, she couldn't accept her son's failure and subsequent death as governor. Not to mention the issue of kinship, without Gu Hang, how could she directly control a branch of the Gu commercial firm? A split in the family? The others in the Gu clan would never allow it, there would be a bloodbath. Unexpectedly, whether the Gu family or Wang Qi herself, they truly had steeled their hearts and gave no support, leading to Pei Desi's plan to manipulate the Gu family into backing Rage Owl Star's reclamation not only falling through but also creating huge conflict between them. This was deduced by Gu Hang himself, without any intelligence to back it up. However, at its root, Gu Hang didn't understand, logically, the Gu clan, supposed to be staunch supporters of Pei Desi, why would they abandon the stance of the so-called Iron Triangle and not support Pei Desi's redevelopment of Rage Owl Star? On this matter, Gu Hang lacked sufficient information to analyze further. But according to his cousin, she might know something. After some thought, Gu Hang decided to be direct. He said, "In the days since my arrival at Rage Owl Star, I've achieved some results. In my spare time, I've also reflected on the whole affair. I know I've made a subtle mistake. I shouldn't have come here. But what I've never understood is, why didn't you, we, the Gu clan support Pei Desi in rebuilding Rage Owl Star?" After Gu Hang finished speaking, Wang Jiarong looked at her cousin with considerable surprise. Based on what she knew about her cousin, most of whatever she said would likely be wasted breath, and might even provoke annoyance. She felt obliged to speak up and offer advice because of her intermediary role. Chapter 239. But the reaction of his cousin didn't seem to show any dislike, in fact, he seemed to be listening sincerely. This was not at all how he remembered his cousin to be. Of course, Wang Jiarong was pleased about it. She saw a glimmer of hope for solving the problem between her aunt and cousin. If it were possible to mend the relationship between the two, it would be a good deed not only in terms of family relations but more importantly, the biggest issue with her aunt's power within the Gu family was a matter of legitimacy. Her cousin was the most natural leader of this family force, her aunt's control over it was legitimized first by her late husband, and second by Gu Hang. The problem, however, was that, after all, her husband was deceased, and the longer he had been dead, the weaker the legitimacy of this splinter force from the family would be, plus, with her son Gu Hang, who not only had a strained relationship with her but also had accepted a task likely to get him killed. But if the two could work together, this issue could be largely resolved. As a result, Wang Jiarong became more serious in her conversation. She pondered carefully and said, "I don't actually understand the business behind it all that clearly, I can only share with you my understanding. First, this is a losing deal, or rather, the investment cycle is too long, and the return too slow. We are in the business of trade, not a heavy asset industry. Although the price of a spaceship is very high, fully owned purchases are rare, most often it is a pooled investment, a joint purchase. Moreover, once a fully owned starship is bought, it can be put into operation immediately and start generating income, often paying for itself in a few years. But the reconstruction of a desolate planet requires such a huge investment, far greater than even a large starship. And it demands many years, continuous input, with returns that are unknown years in the future. Pouring a large amount of capital and resources into one planet would create a very heavy burden on the family and could even affect normal operations. Moreover, behind the high investment and long cycle, there is high risk. Rage Owl Star has been struggling for so many years without success, who knows if this time will be any different. High investment, high risk, long cycle, these characteristics combined make the family completely uninterested in a normal investment. If it were as Mr. Pei Desi said, that the Tianma Iron Triangle worked together, it would have been different with the other two families sharing the cost, but the reality is different. The Fufana family contributed a cruiser, which they encouraged the Imperial Navy to dispatch as part of a mission, so they didn't spend a penny themselves, and at most, the cruiser will stay at Rage Owl Star for 2 years. Mr. Pei Desi, the leader, has provided a planetary governor appointment letter, as well as political support. In theory, the value of this letter is incredibly high, equivalent to receiving an entire planet. Unfortunately, it's for Rage Owl Star, a place where whoever becomes governor is bound to meet their demise. They gave these things but expect the Gu family to pay almost the entire cost of reconstructing the planet. No matter how others might measure the value difference between these three things, at the very least, the internal sentiment within the Gu clan is one of dissatisfaction, feeling that it's completely inequitable. After hearing all this, Gu Hang understood quite a bit better. Certainly, if it was supposedly a joint effort by the three families, but you two contribute just that little and expect me to be the sucker. If Gu Heng were the family head, he wouldn't be willing to agree either. Wang Jiarong paused, then continued to reveal the second reason. And moreover, the Gu clan has been recently repairing relations with the Fatches family. They are the real power in the Tianma Star sector, and in the 8 major worlds of the sector, 3 of the governors are from the Fatches family. They have a conflict with Mr. Paydesi and previously also had a bad relationship with us, but it has improved lately. To conduct business, we cannot ignore the Fatches family's 3 planets. But they have significant interests on Rage Owl Star. You've been on this planet for a while now, I don't know if you've heard of Blackbird Heavy Industries? This company on Rage Owl Star is essentially controlled by the Fatches family. Before Rage Owl Star was reclaimed as an empire world, it was a no-man's planet exempt from taxes, and the Fatches family was interested in maintaining this status. They could operate everything on the planet through Blackbird Heavy Industries without restriction and without paying taxes. Even, it's reasonable to suspect that they have moved a lot of their own 3 planets' output to Blackbird Heavy Industries, taking advantage of the special nature of Rage Owl Star to avoid taxes. Of course, this is pure speculation without evidence, otherwise, Mr. Paydesi would have used this point to finish them off a long time ago. Recapturing Rage Owl Star is an action of Mr. Paydesi against the Fatches family, a battlefield in their political struggle. The Gu family, at a critical point in mending relations with the Fatches family, your coming here interrupted the process, destroying the family's long-term efforts and sending the relations back into the freezer. Gu Heng nodded again, indicating that he understood. Approximately these 2 aspects, Wang Jiarong said, so I say, the thing you did this time, cousin, not only did Aunt get very angry, everyone in the Gu family is actually quite annoyed. Your arrival here has put even more pressure on Aunt. It's not that she really doesn't want to help you, she has no choice, otherwise it would be hard to explain to the family internally. And haven't I come? Thank you, Gu Heng nodded lightly, your arrival was crucial. However, did my mother send you here? Or did she approve of this? That's not the case, I came on my own. Wang Jiarong's face turned a bit embarrassed, but she quickly made up for it, but Aunt must have tacitly agreed, otherwise she would have contacted me by now and not let me come. Tacitly agreed. Gu Heng maintained a polite smile on his face and didn't mock any further. Wang Jiarong sighed, knowing that reconciling the relationship between mother and son was not that simple. She had also tried for many years with no effect, not to mention there was now an even greater conflict between the two. Being his cousin/niece is too tough. Anyway, cousin, you might want to contact Auntie when you have some time. Real-time communication is quite costly, and I don't have the means here, but Quintet should have a way, just make a reservation in advance, then. Forget it, Gu Heng hastily interrupted, stop, let's leave it at that. Lately, I don't even know what to say to her. You can't just leave it at this, can you? Next time for sure. Under his cousin's regretful gaze, he ended the conversation. He had other matters to attend to. His troops under his command had suffered heavy casualties during their confrontation with the Greenskins who boarded Quintet. Of the total 20,000 people on the starship, more than 4,000 were killed or wounded, exceeding a 20% casualty rate. As the commander, Gu Heng had to go and visit the warriors. It was also a way to win over people's hearts, proving that the planetary governor genuinely cared about his comrades. Anyway, it was better than doing nothing on the starship. Additionally, he went to visit Rizzo. That was only proper, as the starfighter had risked his life for him many times. The priest of Phoenix was in relatively good condition. It was tough taking 3 axe blows from the beastman overlord, but luckily none hit his vital parts directly. A blow to the shoulder, one to the breastplate, causing severe injuries, but at least the power armor reduced the damage. It's just that his armor set was likely beyond repair. Gu Heng also consoled the old priest. This time, the traitor convoy I invited brought some new power armor, which I had someone personally purchase for you. Get well soon, and don't worry about not having power armor to wear, you'll get a brand new set. After speaking, Gu Heng even turned to Maddens, commander of the warriors, you also get a share. Among the special items purchased, not only is there regular power armor for the future members of the warrior troop, but there is also a set of Terminator power armor, specially prepared for you, as a token of thanks for the support the troop has provided during this time. Chapter 240. Hearing about the new power armor, which included a set of Terminator armor, Maddens was also moved. Terminator-type power armor boasts far superior performance compared to ordinary power armor. With thicker armor, a more robust internal power system, and the ability to be equipped with heavier weaponry, it serves as a formidable long to mid-range fire support platform, as well as excels in close quarters combat, offering unmatched advantages. Even the hefty pauldrons house a pair of mini-shield generators, further enhancing the capabilities of the Terminator armor. In the days when the Phoenix battle group was still prosperous, among 1,000 members, there were just a few dozen sets of Terminator armor. The Terminator armor has two drawbacks compared to ordinary tactical armor. First, it is expensive, and significantly more so. Second, it is not very flexible. Once you don the Terminator, stealthy, silent operations become quite difficult. Weighing 3 to 4 times more than ordinary armor and equipped with a shield generator, even with a neural interface and electronic muscle bundles, the Terminator armor still hampers agility. However, given the stronger firepower, greater strength, thicker armor, and the addition of an energy shield, the loss of some agility is wholly acceptable. Maddens couldn't help feeling sentimental. If he had had a set of Terminator armor in that battle on the surface, Schneider wouldn't have died. Stronger equipment is not only for one's own benefit but also to protect more of your combat brothers at your side. Besides, he noticed that Gu Hang mentioned other power armors in his speech. Clearly, this was to prepare for the future expansion of combat troops. They could theoretically add 3 members using the genetic seeds of the 3 brothers who had died in battle. Maddens had been worried about the power armor issue before, especially since Schneider's suit was so badly damaged that it was beyond repair. Now, there was no need to worry. "Thank you," he said to Gu Hang. Gu Hang waved his hand. "I should be thanking you all." Inspecting the troops, visiting injured soldiers, and checking in on the Phoenix battle group, which played a crucial role. This was what Gu Hang did on his way back to Rage Owl Star's orbit aboard the starship. The journey home, even by starship, took several days. Midway through, he received a new system message. Another month had passed, and the monthly fixed grace points had been distributed. This time, the grace points increased slightly from the previous month, reaching 678 points. The main growth came from the newly incorporated Rubbish Town. 100,000 workers and scavengers, totaling 200,000 people, contributed to a monthly grace revenue of 55 points. There was still much room for growth. Rubbish Town had virtually ground to a halt in the last month due to the war. Scavenging, raw material processing, and service industries had largely stopped, so productivity had not been fully tapped, resulting in many people but few grace points. Now that the war had ceased, the related production was recovering, and it was expected that this figure would eventually see a significant increase. In addition, Wuxing City, Revival City, and other sporadic camps that had been reclaimed and retained, contributed some as well, totaling the number mentioned. Once this month's salary was deposited, even after deducting the 500 grace points Gu Hang had spent to raise his level to LV5, his current grace points still amounted to a substantial 4,658 points. He had only one thought: to rush back and construct the architectural system that he had unlocked but not yet built, to draw the technology that needed to be drawn. After spending these 4,000 plus points, the development of his territory would reach a new level. He had never been so wealthy. He even thought back to those conversations with his cousin. The investment from the Gu family? Not necessary at all. Why would a badass need to spend real money? I, Gu Hang, have developed my planet to this stage all by my own efforts. Technology panel, let's draw. Construction panel, let's build. To be honest, after learning all about his predecessor's life, his mother, his family, and the various politicking within the Star Sector government from his cousin, Gu Hang didn't have many emotional reactions. He harbored neither hope nor disappointment. At least in terms of his own development, he had never counted on help from others. He was doing just fine on his own, with those black boxes that would make anyone from the sect of mechanics drool with envy. Gu Hang really wasn't afraid of anything else. Just give me time and don't throw too much of a wrench in the works. However, the problem also lay here. Not counting on support or help from others is one thing, but not having unexpected issues is another. His identity, the reasons for his taking office, the political machinations of various forces converging on Rage Owl Star, these were all inescapable vortices. If he wished to develop undisturbed, Gu Hang, as the governor, couldn't afford to ignore everything. He had to be clear about the political ecosystem he was facing. and the information brought by Wang Jiarong provided him with significant insights. As the leader of a mighty star sector, Pei Desi needed to subdue the Fatches family, the local power. The two factions were engaged in political strife over Rage Owl Star. The Gu clan was initially considered part of Pei Desi's camp, and now it hadn't quite reached the point of jumping ship, but at the very least, they did not want to be so tightly bound anymore and sought to mend relations with the local power. Chapter 241. And the head of Pei Desi was clearly unwilling. He lured the fool who Gu Hang used to be into the game, on the one hand, wanting to get something for nothing, drawing the Gu clan to spend their money to help him solve the problem of Rage Owl Star, on the other hand, even if that failed, it would disrupt the process of Gu and Fa repairing their relationship, avoiding the possibility that one corner of his Tianma iron triangle might fall to the other side. There are many twists and turns in this situation. Combining some memories and information in his mind, he focused on a key point. Put simply, over the years, the Gu family's business had been doing well, and its influence had been spreading to several surrounding star sectors, not just limited to the Tianma star sector. Their dependence on the leader Pei Desi had decreased, while the demand from the Fatches family, a source of goods and key market, had increased. This was a change in the overall situation, leading to an adjustment in the Gu clan's overall strategy. Moreover, the situation would become more complicated with himself involved. He was a member of the Gu clan, but he had a poor relationship with his mother. The Gu clan also opposed him being the governor, and after he assumed office, they ignored him completely. He was the one whom Pei Desi wanted to use an appointment letter to put into office, but essentially, Pei Desi wanted to drag the Gu clan into the mess. However, due to the Gu clan's rapid disassociation from Gu Hang, the plot failed to materialize, even straining their relationship further. Now, it wasn't clear what this leader's attitude towards Gu Hang was. Yelazia's Fufana family seemed to be on the same path as Pei Desi for the time being, so there was no need to treat them separately. The Fatches family were enemies of the Gu clan in the past, and were now in the process of repairing their relationship. However, his actions as governor in consolidating power on the planet would certainly affect their significant asset allocation. Regardless of the final relationship between them and the Gu clan, their stance was certainly not going to be favorable to Gu Hang. That's not right. After this analysis, why do I feel my current political environment is so terrible? Am I surrounded by enemies? He rubbed his head, feeling that his thinking shouldn't be so inflexible. Such a situation was definitely not right, and Gu Hang really needed to find a political ally, a backer. Otherwise, his earlier thoughts of using military achievements, threatening with the greenskins, and forming Star Realm armed forces to offset taxes would turn out to be pure fantasy. If it were up to him, where would he find a way to deliver a message to the Imperial Military Department? He had to find a suitable partner to help him monetize the fruits of victory from this war into tangible benefits. There must be a way. He settled his mind again and carefully thought it through. Of the three parties currently accessible, the Fatches family was out of the question first. Not acquainted, and with a major conflict of interest, almost irreconcilable. They wanted Rage Owl Star to be independent from the Empire's territory, or at the very least, they would settle for a puppet governor, facilitating tax evasion for the Blackbird heavy industries they invested in and even allowing leakage of taxes from their own 3 planets, unmonitored. Gu Hang couldn't cooperate with them, even if their major industries were on Rage Owl Star, within his nominal rule. This was an enemy. Therefore, the enemy of his enemy might be the one to pursue, and that was the head of Pei Desi. This was more hopeful than the Gu family. After all, doing well on Rage Owl Star was Pei Desi's core goal, which aligned with his own. And there wasn't a complete lack of possibility on the Gu clan's side. After all, there was his biological mother. So continuing to guess blindly was pointless. Gu Hang decided to talk to them separately. Gu Hang's core demand was to sort out the issue of offsetting taxes using the Star Realm army, to save 10 million in tax currency. Whoever could help him with this matter would be his good friend. From this perspective, his goal was quite clear. When Yelazia found out that Gu Hang was coming to visit, she had just finished contacting her family. Although the relevant battle report had not yet been submitted, she certainly needed to discuss it with her family first. The Fufana had deep roots in the Navy. They knew exactly how to polish the battle report, how to prepare in advance, how to curry favor clearly, build momentum, and pave the way. All that was missing were the official battle achievements. In her mind, she still pictured her father's face, flushed with suppressed joy, praising her for a job well done. She herself was very happy. How exhilarating! Now who would dare say she was just there due to nepotism? She'd smear the solid battle achievements in their faces. What did Gu Heng want by coming to see her now? But at this moment, she was in a good mood, so anything would do. In her captain's quarters, she met with Gu Heng. After some brief pleasantries, Gu Heng stated his purpose. He hoped to have a conversation with Chief Pei Desi. Interstellar communication was not available on Rage Owl Star, and even on the Beautiful Lady, an armed merchant ship equivalent to a destroyer's specifications, it was only possible to send messages, not to communicate in real time. After a bit of thought, Yelazai roughly understood what Gu Heng wanted to see the chief about. She smiled and said, "Luckily, the communication cabin on the ship wasn't damaged during the battle. I have a direct line to the chief's office, but I can't guarantee that the chief will have time to see you." "It's okay." Yelazai called someone to initiate the spiritual energy communication. Soon, a message came through. "Chief Pei Desi will have time for a call in 20 minutes, the appointment has been set." Yelazai turned to Gu Heng and said, "It seems we're in luck." The next thing to do was wait. During the wait, Gu Heng chatted briefly with Yelazai. Mainly about his vision for the Star Realm army. There was nothing confidential about it, it wasn't in conflict with the navy. However, after hearing his ideas, Yelazai widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "You really take the unconventional path, daring to think of such methods. Then what's your assessment? Is it feasible?" "I think it's feasible," Yelazai said. "Anyway, even if the Star Realm army is established and you're transferred, you won't lose anything. Is there a possibility that I won't be transferred? Or, if I am, it would just be temporary, like the Tianma fleet." "I get what you mean," Yelazai said. "If you could be like the Tianma fleet, that would indeed be a big win, but that's quite difficult. That's why I need to see our chief." "Good luck with that," the female captain said, no longer interested in discussing the matter, as it wasn't her concern, and she wouldn't offer Gu Heng any advice or strategies. Gu Heng also dropped the subject and brought up another matter. "After this, will you and your starship continue to be stationed in orbit around Rage Owl Star?" "The quintet won't be stationed here anymore," Yelazai said with some regret. "The starship actually suffered significant damage and needs to be taken for repairs as soon as possible. The nearest foundry world is Huozun Star, a 2-month journey away. To ensure the quintet's safety, the fleet headquarters may even dispatch a force to escort it there. This warship, optimistically speaking, will need 2 or 3 years of repairs before returning to full status. But you don't need to worry, since there's a 2-year escort period, even if the quintet is not here, another ship will be assigned to do the same job." "Oh," Gu Heng nodded, then asked, "What about you? They won't make you, a star of rank, accompany the quintet for a few years of repairs, will they?" "That won't happen," Yelazai said. "There are several possibilities. I might be transferred to another ship. If I'm of the same rank as the current captain, I'll serve as an observer. If I'm of a higher rank, the captain will temporarily take commands from me. In any case, it's just a transition, and I'll carry out the ship's original tasks. I might also be sent to a higher-level military academy for further studies or teaching, depending on what the higher-ups decide." "Then," Gu Heng said, "is there a way for you to be transferred to the ship that will come to Rage Owl Star?" Yelazai laughed heartily, her mirth subsiding only after a while. With a remaining smile, she said, "Why, are you going to miss me?" Gu Heng nodded sincerely, "Yes, our previous cooperation was quite pleasant, and any occasional conflicts were just that, occasional, so I truly will miss you." "There's nothing you can do about it then. You'll think of something," Gu Heng continued earnestly. "After all, we still have battles left to fight." "Oh." Yelazai was intrigued. When Gu Heng talked about a battle, it was always an opportunity for meritorious achievements. But at that moment, Gu Heng didn't want to elaborate. "You'll find out when the time comes. If you get a better opportunity, go for it. If not, you won't be disappointed staying in orbit around Rage Owl Star." Yelazai pondered, "Well then, I'll try to think of something." Chapter 242. Not long after finishing the conversation about her stay or departure with Yelazai, the head of the Pei Desi regime sent a message. In the captain's quarters of the female captain's ship, with an interface to the communication device, Gu Heng could directly see the virtual image of the star sector leader generated on the device. The image was unstable, flickering with waves, but being able to communicate in real time with Flying Wing Star, light years away, was undeniably high-tech. This required the use of special spiritual energy devices, as well as advanced thinker arrays and navigators that were only available on cruisers. In Gu Heng's view, he saw a composed middle-aged man with rimless round glasses, hair, and a short beard neatly groomed, exuding a scholarly air. His simple suit was unassuming, yet adorned with several medals that denoted his distinguished status. Even through countless light years and some static, when he spoke, the warmth, magnetism, and charm in his voice still resonated with those who heard him. "Good evening, it's nighttime on Flying Wing Star, what time is it over there? Regardless, I want to congratulate you, for securing another victory for the Empire, it's your glory. Please allow me, on behalf of the Star Sector government, to express my gratitude." The opening remarks from Mr. Leader, combined with his tone of voice, were quite captivating. Gu Heng nodded slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Leader." Yelizaya did not speak, instead she stepped aside. This gesture made it clear that this conversation was for Gu Heng to seek out Pei Desi. And Pei Desi understood. He faced Gu Heng with a smile and said, "Gu Heng, the last time we met was before you rushed to assume your post. I had great expectations for you, but even so, I never imagined you could do so well. That was just a formality." The so-called doing so well referred to the fact that only one city on the entire planet had been reclaimed, right? Of course, what kind of person was Pei Desi? He wouldn't let his words seem like idle talk. He continued, "Although I don't know to what extent you have rebuilt the order in Rage Owl Star, I can see a planetary force as powerful as the main force of the Star Realm Army. I can see interstellar warriors serving you. I know that the limited land you control on the planet is bursting with boundless vitality. Honestly, when I learned that you had reached the planet's surface and chose to start from scratch, gradually seizing control of the government, opting to completely reshape the alliance order established by the governor of Rage Owl Star decades ago, I was quite skeptical. But now, it seems that you were right, at least you are on the right track. Perhaps, those past governors lacked your kind of boldness and initiative. You've given me hope, the hope to see the Emperor's glory spreading across the lands of Rage Owl Star. Every governor within a star sector should take note of your deeds, I'm not joking. Those with lofty status, ruling over billions of people, have never faced a situation as tough and difficult as yours. If they were in the same position as you, they certainly wouldn't have done as well." After listening to all this, Gu Heng had to admit that Pei Desi, the leader, was indeed an impressive figure. A star sector leader, the supreme commander of the sector's securities, was addressing him, who thus far could still be considered a minor character, and was able to humble himself with such enthusiastic praise. Narratives such as "not a single one of the 8 governors of Rage Owl Star could compare to you, and all should look up to you, the Emperor's glory was thanks to you that now once again envelopes the lands of Rage Owl Star." Yet when combined with his resonant voice and his sincere demeanor, somehow it wasn't off-putting. Praise was one thing, but key here was the praise with examples, which truly could scratch an itch in one's heart. If it weren't for Gu Heng's high resistance, he might have been swayed by the flattery. Still, he showed a slightly self-satisfied but also deeply grateful demeanor toward Pei Desi, saying, "My success today is all thanks to the appreciation of Mr. Leader. This favor I shall never forget in my life. However, our enterprise on Rage Owl Star has reached the point where some crises are emerging. Blackbird Heavy Industries does not comply with the governor's orders, and they have not actively contacted me since my arrival on the planet, posing a risk of insurrection. A large number of mutated creatures have appeared within the planet, severely troubling the grain-producing region, not to mention, now with the threat of the green Skin Orcs, the Iron Tooth clan having suffered heavy losses, will surely not rest with their profane nature. Numerous risks loom over Rage Owl Star, which urgently needs the power of the Star Realm Army to help me suppress the planet." And that wasn't an exaggeration. According to Gu Heng's intelligence, Blackbird Heavy Industries, located in the west of the continent, further west of the Western Desert, indeed ignored him. The enterprise had the Fatches family's shadow behind it, and Pei Desi's enemy, treating them as rebels was not a problem for him. The mutated creatures were real, and the Green Valley region was suffering. The threat of the Greenskins was also legitimate, with 12 cruisers arriving. Could that threat be anything but terrifying? Chapter 243. Military garrisons are only right and proper. After listening to Gu Heng's words, Pei Desi slightly furrowed his brows and sighed with some difficulty. "I fully understand the difficulties you are currently facing, but the deployment of the Star Realm armed forces is very difficult, and it's not something I can decide. I will certainly try my best to advocate for you, but please hold on for a while, and be sure to wait for support. His words sounded good, but there were no concrete promises, just stalling. As the head of the Star Sector, he indeed did not have the power to move the Star Realm armed forces, but he certainly had a way, it's just that he didn't want to pay the price for it. The Imperial Navy sent you a ship in orbit, now if they sent dozens or hundreds of millions from the Star Realm Army main core, should they also send a batch of reconstruction materials? I might as well become the planetary governor myself. But Gu Heng would not let Mr. Head off the hook so easily. He took the opportunity to propose his earlier conception, which was to use the Imperial tax from Rage Owl Star to fund a new Star Realm Army force, to be stationed on Rage Owl Star. The grandiose rationale, of course, is that I am a loyal subject of the Empire, moved by the difficult times, the Head's worries, and the threats facing the Star Sector. Full of enthusiasm and willing to contribute manpower and effort. It's inevitable there will be losses in collecting taxes and then using it to build an army. Deploying additional troops here is also hard to arrange. It would be better for the tax administration of Rage Owl Star to be directly converted into the cost of raising an army. Don't bother with the promised first period tax concessions, just give it to me directly. 10 million tax currency, and I will pull a Star Realm Armed Forces unit for you, one that is guaranteed to pass the scrutiny of the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation. And implicitly, Gu Heng emphasized 3 points. First, the commander of this Star Realm force had to be decided by him. Second, the new Star Realm Forces station had to be on Rage Owl Star. Third, the long-term mission of this Star Realm force should be to ensure the safety of Rage Owl Star, including suppressing rebellions, quelling mutant monsters, and repelling foreign alien forms. Pei Desi pondered for a moment and indicated that he supported the plan in principle, but there were many difficulties. First off, there was no money, and secondly, the 3 points demanded by Gu Heng were hard to accomplish, especially the third point. The first point was manageable, who to appoint as commander was not an issue. The second point, although the Star Realm armed forces were at war in the Star Sea, with movements involving tens to hundreds of millions of people, eating, drinking, and resting, they still needed a relatively stable station, which could be on Rage Owl Star. But the third point was the most difficult. Ensuring that the Military Affairs Department wouldn't just transfer this legion at will was no simple matter. Normally, Star Realm Armed Forces units, whenever there is a conflict, could be moved immediately, which is directly managed by the Military Affairs Department, and in theory, nobody can stop it. Of course, there is actually a way to do it. Highlight regional threats, emphasize the role of guardianship, and when the Military Affairs Department is in need, alternative troops can be found from other places. But this would incur a substantial political cost, which Pei Desi was reluctant to pay. Of course, Gu Heng was not so easily discouraged. Verbal sparring and haggling over prices are the most fundamental things. Later on, Gu Heng subtly brought up 2 points. I can give up this plan, but if I lack sufficient deterrent forces, I will have to talk with Blackbird Heavy Industries and the Fatches family behind them. It just so happens that the Gu clan are still mending our relations with them. Looking at it from another angle, if they want Rage Owl Star, I am currently the planetary governor of Rage Owl Star and a member of the Gu clan. If I help them solve this problem and become a puppet governor who doesn't interfere, it wouldn't be so bad, certainly better than being completely finished. Alternatively, I could stop complicating things and just report the actual situation of the recent naval battle to the Military Affairs Department. All the talk about the Iron Tooth clan's vanguard fleet and a large-scale invasion being thwarted in the early stage is false. It was just a random group of pirates. Quintet was even thinking of escaping, and it was I who forced them to fight this battle. When she heard the latter implication, Yelizaya, who was sitting on the side enjoying the back and forth between the older and younger man like a spectator eating melon seeds, was taken aback. Why am I involved? Nice one, Gu Heng. Just a moment ago you were all about how you can't bear to part with me, and now you are digging a pit? Pa! Scumbag! She glared angrily at Gu Heng, only to see him wink at her. Frustrated to the point her teeth itched, if it weren't for Pei Desi's presence, she'd have loved to bite him. Grinding her teeth, she had no choice but to speak up and express her opinion. The battle situation has been confirmed as fact, and this is not up for discussion. Are you kidding me? I'm on the rise to becoming a prominent star, how could I have such a blemish? Pei Desi had to consider Yelizaya's stance, or rather, consider the Fufana family behind her. The Gu clan, part of the Iron Triangle, was already unstable. If the Fufana became unstable as well, his position as head would really be precarious. He spoke with Gu Hang again, agreeing to the proposal in principle, but many details still needed to be further discussed. Over the next 3 months, the Star Sector government would allocate a total of 2.5 million tax currency, plus the 2.5 million tax currency due when Gu Hang's 2-year term as governor expired, all of which would be invested in military construction. At that time, the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation would both arrive on Rage Owl Star for inspection. His new military unit, combined from all sides, would have to be worth the value of 5 million tax currency. The remaining 5 million tax currency would still have to wait for 2 years, acting as the Star Sector's payment of the imperial tax on behalf of Rage Owl Star. The obvious reason for not giving all of it to Gu Hang now was that they didn't want to. Holding on to it for 2 extra years was 2 years, the Star Sector government wasn't flush with cash either. Chapter 244. Gu Hang also could basically accept the final scheme that they had discussed. After a year and a half, the taxes he needed to pay would be saved, as long as he waited for the Military Affairs Department and the Department of Taxation to come down, inspect the army to see if the numbers were sufficient, if the equipment was adequate, and if they reached the value of 5 million tax currency, then it would be fine. Additionally, in 3 months' time, Gu Hang would have an extra 2,500,000 tax currency in his hands. This was a very large sum of cash. With this money, he could buy a lot of the goods currently stored in the belly of the beautiful lady. Previously, when he was short on funds, he had only ordered a very small portion of goods, and when it came time to trade, Gu Hang still needed to think carefully about what to use for payment. Now, there was less to worry about. 2,500,000 tax currency could buy quite a few things. Up to this point, Gu Hang could finally consider that he had initially secured his share of the benefits from this war. It wasn't much, at least not compared to Yelazia, not compared to Wang Jiarong. But Gu Hang was still satisfied. Others made a large profit because they had ships. Without a ship, he made this much, which was acceptable. Trading the lives of over 4,000 soldiers for 5 million tax currency, even with the additional cost attached, was a big profit. To speak so might seem cold-blooded, but the fact was, the lives of over 4,000 soldiers were worth it. The interest on 5 million tax currency for a year was more than just that. Now, Gu Hang could begin to consider what he wanted to buy from the beautiful lady. He could also start thinking about how to spend the over 4,600 points of favor on his account most effectively. Countless light years away, Flying Wing Star. This was a garden world, the administrative center of the Star Sector, a commercial trade center influencing several surrounding star sectors, with developed productive forces. Although the overall productivity couldn't match some foundry worlds or nest capital worlds, it still ensured that nearly 4 billion people enjoyed a prosperous average quality of life and living environment. The Empire's lower limit was very low, with most of the population living in challenging and tough conditions. The lobotomized or almost lobotomized slave laborers on foundry worlds were living machines on production lines. On nest capital worlds, planets crowded with hundreds of billions or even trillion people treated humans like livestock, raising them as resources. Serfs on agricultural worlds lived the life of ancient medieval peasants in the interstellar age. On death worlds and wasteland worlds, people struggled on the brink of life and death. On fortress worlds, people, generation after generation, faced war from birth till death. But likewise, the upper limit was also quite high. In civilized worlds, people could work 9 to 5 wearing ties, have a coffee after work, and let loose in a bar. People in garden worlds could live almost carefree lives under advanced technology and extremely high resource allocation. These two types of worlds were usually the administrative planets or commercial cores of the Empire, where the accompanying manufacturing capacity didn't carry as much significance. Flying Wing Star belonged to the latter category and had not directly suffered from warfare in the past 500 years. Tianma Palace on Flying Wing Star was the most important functional complex, resembling the paradise of legend. The white marble constructed nearly all the buildings here. Masters of design meticulously planned water systems that were broad or narrow, rapid or slow, appearing harmonious and full of life from afar. Green plants adorned every building corner, complemented by colorful flowers, creating a vibrant display. Intense lighting ensured that even at night, the entire Tianma Palace shone brighter and more splendid than during day. At the highest part of the palace was Pei Desi's office. At this moment, having just ended the interstellar communication with Gu Hang, he stood in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the entire Tianma Palace. A slightly drunken voice came from behind him. "Why did you agree to that, Gu family kid? The Gu family has already cut ties with him, his own mother won't give him a penny, and you're still adding to it. Aren't you afraid that the investment you're making now will be wasted? The speaker was a man who looked quite similar to him but was thinner and carried a more frivolous and dashing air. He was the governor of Flying Wing Star, Vaga Paydesi, also known as Little Paydesi, brother to Luoang Paydesi. The Paydesi brothers were renowned, one as the governor of Flying Wing Star, the other as the head of Tianma Star Sector, holding the highest power of the entire star sector. Luoang Paydesi said to his brother, "What have we spent? 2,500,000 tax currency? That was supposed to be paid to the Imperial Taxation Department anyway, we're just giving it to him a year in advance." Little Paydesi still sounded confused, but if he fails to meet the imperial tax, and his newly established army doesn't pass the inspection, we still have to cover the additional difference. That's not much money. It's always my Flying Wing Star that covers this expense for you. Little Paydesi murmured, taking another gulp of his drink before saying earnestly, "Are you still harboring the idea of bringing the Gu clan into the game? I advise you to admit that this move has failed. As far as I know, that girl Wang Qiarong went to Rage Owl Star on her own accord. Wang Qi didn't agree to it, and she was furious when she found out. You know that woman, when she says she won't care for her son, she really won't care at all, so we should think of other strategies." Paydesi sighed, "I know what you're saying, and I'm not counting on it anymore. But being cut off so cleanly is not necessarily a bad thing. Gu Hang has grievances against his mother, and that's why he was easily persuaded by me to enter Rage Owl Star. Now, with the clean break from his birth mother, his relationship with Wang Qi will only deteriorate more, and he will have no choice but to rely on me." Chapter 245. You see, after he had an idea, the first person he contacted was me, the guide, the mentor, without any intention of communicating with his mother. Rage Owl Star always needs a governor, and since he has now made some achievements, why not give him a bit more confidence? There might be new rewards to reap. The cost has already been paid, so it doesn't matter to pay a little bit more. The battle they won is indeed very useful. What if this kid really makes it? By then, he can only rely on me, and I will have a member of the Gu family who serves me wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Paydesi fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing as if he had thought of something very amusing, that would be quite entertaining. "I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing Wang Qi-san kneel down and kiss your boots. What would she feel like watching from the side?" Paydesi was somewhat helpless. He turned around, stared at his brother, and said nothing. After a while, Paydesi finally spread his hands. All right, it was just a joke. I know now is not the time to provoke that woman. I won't look for trouble anymore." After speaking, he added, "At least not recently." Paydesi was also helpless. He shook his head and said no more to his brother. Elsewhere on Flying Wing Star. This was a manor belonging to the Gu family, and now Wang Qi lived here. It didn't compare to the Tianma Palace's majesty and luxury, like a paradise on earth, but it had its own unique charm. At the moment, the lady of the house, Wang Qi, was reading a letter. "Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. When I left home in a huff, I wanted to make a name for myself. Now, it has been half a year since I left. Fortunately, with the help of heaven, I have achieved some results. You must have heard about the star battle. Although I lacked strong ships and powerful cannons, I managed to lead a reliable army based on my actions on Rage Owl Star in the past 6 months, overcoming the Beastman Overlord, reversing the tide of battle, and securing victory. In these 6 months, although I haven't completely taken control of the planet, I genuinely rule over 1 million people and have established an army of 100,000. Under my governance, various industries are thriving, flourishing. The systems I've instituted ensure the 1 million people attached to me have clothing and food, with pay for their work. I have not received any support from the family since starting this endeavor, but I am not worried about the first tax collection in a year and a half, and I believe there won't be any problems paying the full taxes 3.5 years from now. Rage Owl Star will gradually become a normal empire world, and I will firmly secure the position of the 9th military governor of the Tianma Star sector. But this is not the end, it's the beginning. I once told a subordinate that I would make Rage Owl Star as productive as a foundry world, and as beautiful as a garden world. This is my goal, and I am still firmly committed to it. Mother, do you believe in me? Perhaps the goal is still far off, perhaps you still think of this as the delusions of an incapable, foolish son. But I am confident I am on the right path. I am not as you thought, someone who could just be a worthy successor like my father, nor do I want to be content with the family's wealth. Fortunately, a rash decision 6 months ago has led me to my own endeavor, which has no ties to the Gu clan. You might think that I am saying all this to show off, to respond to the things you said to me the last time we met, and I won't deny that. But I want to say more. In these 6 months I have gone through a lot, and my thinking has changed greatly. I will start to reflect on the uselessness and reckless foolishness of my former self. Those resentments, essentially stem from my incapability and stupidity. When I left, your assessment was correct. But now, I have realized, accepting the appointment to become the governor of Rage Owl Star was harmful to the family, a severe blow to your years of hard work in upholding the family business left by my grandfather and father, and it also put me in a situation where a rescue would cost dearly, and no rescue would mean losing my life. My fortune lies in a wrong decision leading me to a more correct path. Mother, I am not seeking your forgiveness, as I am walking my own path, which is not a mistake and needs no forgiveness. But I have let go of the baseless grudges and will look at the past more calmly. Your assessment was correct about the past me. But as for the current me, the future me, whether it is right, please watch from countless light years away. Let's see if I can indeed surpass my ancestors, achieving a greater legacy. By then, I hope you can give another assessment, which I will gladly receive. Governor of Rage Owl Star, Gu Hang, your son. The letter was not very long, nor did it talk about anything specific, yet Wang Qi still read it for a long time. Through the lines, she could see that in the first half, a young man was proudly boasting to his mother about his achievements, saying that her previous incompetent, stupid assessment was the foolish one. But in the middle section, she saw a man who had become steady and settled, admitting his mistakes while keeping his spine straight. He was reflecting on the past, admitting that his lack of thorough thinking led to wrong decisions, yet also feeling fortunate for his good luck. Being able to recognize one's errors and to learn from reflection, that was already good enough. It was the highest expectation Wang Qi had in the past. Yet at the end, she saw change again. It was as if she saw an entrepreneur full of vitality, telling her about his grand ideals, then coolly turning around and leaving, following the path in his heart with determination. Wang Qi had not expected at all that Gu Hang would write such a letter. Mother knows best, and by her understanding of her son, Gu Hang most likely would never write a letter until his death. If he did write, it would probably say something like, "You must be happy I'm dead, as you wished, from now on, there will be no stupid, incompetent son to embarrass you," and so on. In a very small chance, perhaps her son would have written a letter in tears, admitting his wrongs and begging his mother to save him, in the face of the fear of death. Although, no matter what, Wang Qi would ultimately try to save him. He was her flesh and blood, her only lineage, how could she truly not care? However, that did not change the disappointment in her heart, and perhaps in the future, she might keep him under house arrest, find him a wife, and have them quickly produce a grandson. If he messed up the main account, find a way to train a sub-account, and then let the grandson directly inherit the family business, letting Gu Hang go off and play. She was indeed planning to do exactly that, even starting to look for a daughter-in-law with good genes. But this letter made her fundamentally change her mind. After reading the letter, Wang Qi's heart was almost overwhelmed by satisfaction, solidifying into a shallow smile on her face. But besides relief, her feelings were also very complicated. After being steeped in plots and intrigues for a long time, she instinctively doubted whether the letter was truly written by Gu Hang himself, or if it really expressed Gu Hang's sincere thoughts. Was it possible that Pei Desi, that sly fox, had concocted some scheme, found an expert to fool her son, and taught him to write such a letter to deceive and ambush an old woman like her? To cloud her judgment with maternal affection? But this likelihood was low, because along with the letter came another one from Wang Jiarong. Her niece talked in her letter about how her cousin had greatly changed, the 6 months at Rage Owl Star had made him different. Moreover, the letter was penned in her presence, with no one instructing him. Even if it were truly some ploy, Wang Qi had to admit that she would be duped. What mother wouldn't feel proud upon seeing her son's growth? This chapter is 7,300 characters long, about 3.5 chapters worth. I'm not brief. The additional update is not for anything else, it just feels better to write this part in one go. Some readers might find it uninteresting, but I think it's very important. The content of the last 2 days didn't involve battles, but it shouldn't be considered trivial, right? Mainly, it covered 1. Gu Hang fighting for the fruits of war, 2. Explanation of the interstellar background and the protagonist's background. These were already in the outline, but because the previous story didn't involve interstellar, it wasn't mentioned. Now it has to be addressed. 3. Elaboration on emotions. I hope everyone likes it. Starting tomorrow, the protagonist will go back to farming, beginning to unify the planet. Chapter 246. Miss Wang Qi saw the letter, and indeed, it was written by Gu Hang himself, without any guidance. In writing this letter, he actually had two ideas. The first was emotional. Sharing the same name and having used someone else's body, Gu Hang felt that, when the time was right, he needed to give an explanation. Having used his body, Gu Hang felt a certain responsibility towards this person with the same name. His predecessor had an obsession with proving himself to his mother, so he decided to satisfy that obsession. Thus, Gu Hang composed the first half of the letter. But to say that this was the extent of the explanation wasn't quite enough. Digging deeper into the memories of his predecessor, his resentment towards his mother stemmed from love, didn't it? If he truly had no feelings for his birth mother, he couldn't have harbored such deep resentment. Therefore, there was also an admission of wrongs with a straight back and an expression of aspiration. The relationship between mother and son needed a way to ease. This method couldn't simply be crying and admitting wrongs, it definitely would not match the predecessor's ideas. Furthermore, he needed to show that mother a change. However, emotional factors were relatively secondary. What was more important were some practical considerations. From his predecessor's memories, Gu Hang only saw dissatisfaction with his birth mother. In his predecessor's view, his mother was the image of a cold, rational, aloof, and controlling strong woman whose identity as a ruler far outweighed her identity as a mother. From a young age, he experienced very little maternal love. But that was the predecessor's perspective. Through Gu Hang's eyes, re-examining those memories and observing from the perspective of a bystander, he was fairly certain that Miss Wang Qi did love her son. It was just that her focus was different. It was understandable. The Gu lineage to which Gu Hang belonged had indeed led the Gu clan. His grandfather was the family leader, and his father, as the third eldest, was the favorite and most talented, designated early on as the primary heir, but died before his grandfather. When his father died, he had just been born. When his grandfather died, he was only 3 years old. After the death of his grandfather, it wasn't certain the heir would be Gu Hang. He had several legitimate uncles. Aside from that, there were also many other clan members, each with their lineage and control over certain assets. None of the clan brothers, uncles, and blood uncles could wait for a 3-year-old child to grow up to become the leader. It was unrealistic. At this time, the only one who could support this small family was Wang Qi. Without his tough mother upholding everything, a more ruthless Gu Hang might not have grown up. Even if he did, the assets left by his grandfather would likely have been divided up by the uncles, leaving whatever remained to him at the mercy of others. However, Wang Qi's aggressive expansion of her influence in the family, leveraging her deceased husband and her determined actions, naturally invited hostility, criticism, and ostracism. She was strong enough inwardly not to fear those adversaries, even fighting tit for tat, that was her skill. But when Gu Hang was a child and suffered verbal and even physical bullying from his clan, he was powerless to resist or to resolve it. His mother was too busy to protect him all the time, leading to psychological trauma that affected his personality development. In terms of nurturing and caring for a child, Wang Qi indeed could not be considered a qualified mother, but given the special family environment, her priority was to preserve their family's assets, and it's hard to say she was completely wrong in that regard. From an outsider's perspective, Gu Hang thought that he must still be very important in his mother's heart, it was just that the actual actions and ways of expression were different. Based on such judgment, Gu Hang believed he must not be deceived by his predecessor's memories and that the relationship between them was not entirely irreconcilable. If the relationship could be reconciled, the value of Gu commercial firm to a developing planet was immense. One could tell from Wang Jiarong's recent visit. The many goods she brought on her ship, Gu Hang had seen and deeply desired. Trade was, after all, an important aspect of a planet's development. Moreover, if the relationship could be mended, the Gu clan, especially his birth mother, could in turn become a tremendous boost for the development of his planet. If the Gu family could fully support him in building the planet, dozens of trade fleets, divided into a few groups, could transport batches of materials, which would greatly advance his world rebuilding process. It wasn't that he couldn't do without it, but having it would make things faster. Beyond establishing interstellar trade and direct material support, Gu Hang also valued the interstellar influence possessed by the Gu family. This was something he lacked. It would bring political benefits, enabling him to obtain things he couldn't buy even with money. Therefore, what remained to be seen was the effect of his letter and whether it had moved his mother. It should be okay, right? I thought about how to write the letter for quite a while. Amidst his contemplations, Gu Hang had already seen Rage Owl Star, which had now appeared before his eyes. He had returned home. Gu Hang rode on the first transport ship back to the surface. One wave of ships wasn't enough to return everyone, and the soldiers still needed several rounds of transport ships going back and forth between the planetary surface and orbit. The 3 cosmic warships in the starry sky would each remain there for a while. The quintet would stay for about a month and a half. It needed to perform some preliminary maintenance work in the planet's orbit. During this time, the mechanical priests and technicians on the starship would check the state of the starship carefully. If there were any minor issues that could be repaired without the help of a star fortress or orbital shipyard, they would address them first. Chapter 247. But when it comes to major hull repairs, and the reconstruction of some destroyed weapon systems, that definitely couldn't be fixed with minor tweaks and maintenance. It had to be returned to the factory. In this task, Gu Hang had also promised to help. There might be some requirements for materials and metallic components, which Rage Owl Star could supply. It's too early to say about anything else, but as for the alloy steel industry, Revival City had already matured, so there would be no problem developing building materials, or even processing metals into appropriate parts as needed. Yelazaya also expressed to Gu Hang that such support would not be free. The raw materials and components supplied by Rage Owl Star would be converted into costs, forming a bill to be sent to the Imperial Navy, which would confirm it and forward it to the Military Affairs Department. This would complete the requisition procedures and tax currency would be paid to the governor of Rage Owl Star. Initially, Gu Hang didn't care much about it. Basic processed parts and raw materials, after all, how much could they be worth? However, he later felt fortunate that he hadn't acted like a big spender. The quintet, undergoing maintenance in the orbit of Rage Owl Star for 1.5 months, had consumed nearly half a month of production capacity of Revival City's alloy steel processing plant, and the final bill was 3,000 tax currency. If that had been given for free, it would have really hurt. And in another month, an escort ship detached from the Tianma fleet would arrive in the orbit of Rage Owl Star to take over the quintet's duties. Initially, Gu Hang was quite dissatisfied with this. A cruiser was replaced by an escort ship, how could he be happy about that? However, a conversation with Yelazaya changed his mind. The logic was simple: if a true cruiser had arrived, its captain would likely be at least a brigadier, holding the same rank as Yelazaya, and with much more seniority, she would hardly be able to command them, at most she could only offer some advice. That would make it difficult to coordinate with Gu Hang's operations on the planet's surface. With an escort ship instead, the likelihood was that its captain would be merely a colonel or even just a lieutenant colonel, which would truly allow her to take charge and ease the coordination with Gu Hang's actions. Gu Hang admitted her point made sense. Furthermore, Wang Jiarong's beautiful lady, along with an escort ship, would stay in the Rage Owl Star system for 3 months. Gu Hang also had some doubts about this. His personal trading demands weren't really that big. He had no special need for bulk commodities. What he truly wanted to buy were several synthetic starch production lines to expand his existing food processing industry in his territory and alleviate food pressure. In addition, there were the high-end goods demanded by the Phoenix Battle Group. Beyond that, a plethora of minerals, weaponry, consumer goods, these were things Gu Hang didn't covet. He even spotted a Night Titan on the product list provided by Wang Jiarong. Note 1. This machine nearly fulfilled Gu Hang's romantic notion of mechas from watching some sci-fi works in his previous life. With a height of 10 meters, humanoid form, equipped with plasma cannons, missile launchers, and even a rotary cannon that could fire 105 mm kinetic rounds as if they were machine gun bullets. For defense, it boasted alloy ceramic armor infused with orichalcum, a powerful shield generator, and, crucially, was very agile. Standard artillery would find it hard to lock on and hit. Such a device could serve as a super firepower platform at range, and up close, lead an infantry charge. A super weapon. Gu Hang certainly coveted it, but then asked for the price. 10 million tax currency? And that's the cost price without profit? Forget it. For now, it was something he simply couldn't afford. Besides these high-end goods, for bulk commodities like minerals and food, he also didn't need to purchase in large quantities at the moment. Among the items he needed at present, a few transport flights could deliver them to him. Why the need to dock for 3 months? When he asked this question, Wang Jiarong laughed awkwardly, saying that after transporting Gu Heng's goods, she still had to carry some items for Blackbird Heavy Industries, some to be brought down to the planet, and others to be loaded onto starships. Gu Heng then narrowed his eyes. Well done, wasn't it agreed to come and support your cousin? It looks like you, little sister, have probably discussed things clearly with Blackbird Heavy Industries, or rather, with the Fatches family behind them. Such a big deal, my cousin's needs could be transported within half a week at most. Blackbird Heavy Industries trade, that takes 3 months, right? You're really being cozy with the Fatches family in repairing relations. Gu Heng was being sarcastically unkind, and Wang Jiarong felt quite embarrassed. She immediately clarified that this was a decision made by the Gu family collectively, and it wasn't just decided by your mother alone. Her emphasis at the end was, anyway, it's to support you, and incidentally to do business with Fatches. Gu Heng replied with a sneer, got it the wrong way around, haven't you? Doing business with Fatches is the key, supporting me is just by the way. Oh, no, that's not right. It should be by the way, after all, this governor is not dead yet, and interstellar trade needs the governor's nod, so this deal can't bypass me. Wang Jiarong didn't speak further. Of course, Gu Heng wasn't really angry. There was no reason to be. It was actually quite normal. Chapter 248. What's with my cousin? Does she deserve to pilot an interstellar starship, bring a shipment for her cousin that might not even cover the cost of the fuel, and sell it to her cousin at a fair price? Everyone's trying to make money, there's no need to feel embarrassed. However, this statement also applied to Gu Heng. I don't care how you deal with Blackbird Heavy Industries, but let me remind you of 2 things. First, you'll have to deal with the Fufana family yourselves. The Imperial Navy starship is just orbiting above, and I reckon they wouldn't want to see you and Blackbird making a big deal. The political cost of this has nothing to do with me, and I'll make that clear to Yelizaya as well. I understand, don't worry, the Gu family has already been taking action before we set off, I'm just here to do the work. If there really was a problem, I wouldn't risk doing it. That's good enough. Gu Heng then addressed the second point. Second, Blackbird Heavy Industries is part of Rage Owl Star, and I'm the military governor, they're my subjects. All interstellar trade on the planet needs my approval. Blackbird Heavy Industries must pay me the imperial tax of the last 2 years, and I'm not asking for too much, just 10% of the production value for 2 years. Besides that, I want to take the same 10% as a transaction tax for this deal. That I certainly have no problem, but whether Blackbird Heavy Industries is willing, I cannot guarantee. Then let them send someone to talk to me. No agreement, no deal. Cousin. Wang Jiarong still tried to act coquettishly. There's nothing to discuss. Wang Jiarong was helpless. This is a transaction between the Gu and Fatches families. Cousin, you. Gu Heng was not swayed by this plea. Don't bring that up, it only annoys me more. The Gu family hasn't helped me a bit on Rage Owl Star, there's no reason I should give special treatment to the business between Gu and Fa. I've already waived the transaction tax for Beautiful Lady Convoy, and I'm simply asking them to pay the necessary imperial tax and transaction tax, which is generous enough. If even this can't be agreed upon, then Quintet will destroy all unauthorized orbital transit. I believe Yelizaya will be more than happy to help me with this. Realizing she had no other option, Wang Jiarong sighed and said, I will convey your message to Blackbird Heavy Industries. However, I must say, there might be discontent within the family. Gu Heng was indifferent, then let my uncles, my mother, pout and stomp their feet at Flying Wing Star. What can they do? I thought you wanted to reconcile with the family. No, Gu Heng corrected his cousin's impression, there's no question of reconciliation. I'm not stopping anyone, I just want what's due to me, and if that can't be guaranteed, what's there to talk about reconciliation? After returning to Revival City, Gu Heng called for a work meeting. He had left Revival City for over a month now, and even his monthly stipend had been distributed. His involvement in the starship's military actions was necessary this time. Being a powerful spiritual energy user, if he didn't show up in person, it was doubtful the Greenskin Overlord could be dealt with, and it required his presence to persuade the otherwise reluctant Yelizaya to go to war. He also needed to personally secure the spoils of the post-war victory. However, the planet's surface actually couldn't do without him. To put it plainly, it had only been 3 or 4 months since he took control of the alliance, and his team was still understaffed. Even Ozania had to hold several positions and was busy all the time. The entire new alliance's government structure was highly centralized and planned. Without him, the military governor, at the helm for too long, who knows what chaos might ensue. In fact, Gu Heng was worried that even a month's absence could lead to issues. Even though he had left devices with Ozania and Yan Fangxiu that allowed communication with the starship during this time, Gu Heng had not been completely out of touch with his subordinates. Yet, intermittent communication every few days for just tens of minutes was not enough. Gu Heng urgently needed a concrete work meeting to understand what had happened on his territory during the past month and whether everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. And while waiting for his main subordinates to arrive, he continued pondering the matter of Blackbird Heavy Industries. Rage Owl Star had 3 large continents, along with 2 smaller ones, previously the main excavation sites for psychic energy fields and also the areas most devastated by war, almost entirely dead zones where low-energy storms incessantly raged, the harsh environment making it even more difficult for people to survive and impossible for food cultivation. According to intelligence reports, those 2 continents were basically uninhabited. On the main continent, Blackbird Heavy Industries held a very significant position. The history of this enterprise was even longer than that of the Rage Owl Star Alliance, existing for a long stretch before the alliance was even established. According to the intelligence Gu Heng had, the stronghold of Blackbird Heavy Industries was located on the westernmost coastal region of the continent, 10,000 kilometers away from his current location in Revival City. They controlled a vast area and had about 10 million people living there, with a portion of the food supply coming from their own production. The west of the continent had fertile plains. Despite the regions shrouded by low-energy storms, the remaining land was enough to sustain a substantial population. The other part of the food supply came from the technology-based farming factories located beneath the oases of the West Desert region. Chapter 249. Seeing the name Blackbird Heavy Industries, one can deduce that this is a super enterprise with heavy industry as its main business. They are nominally still part of the alliance, but since the second-generation governor, they have gradually distanced themselves from the alliance. They pay the imperial tax every 2 years as more of a symbolic gesture. Based on their jurisdiction of 10 million people, they should be paying products worth 2 million tax currency every tax period to the alliance government as their annual tax contribution. However, in the past 6 years, across 3 tax periods, the most they've ever paid was 400,000 tax currency, and the least was 200,000 tax currency. The difference is significant, but the key issue is that the alliance government is powerless to collect the full amount. How to collect it? Could the old Alliance Legion, in its sorry state, cross thousands of miles to launch an expedition to the western world of the mainland? Even if all political forces were mobilized, it just couldn't be done. The successive governors could only send letters berating Blackbird Heavy Industries, accusing them of being imperial traitors and rebels for not paying their taxes. But, isn't it ironic? Suppressing planetary rebellions is the governor's job, and failing to do so is a sign of incompetence. In theory, when faced with a rebellion, one could call for imperial support, the Star Realm Army, the Imperial Navy, or even the arrival of a combat group is possible. But unfortunately, that's just in theory. Unless the situation deteriorates to an extreme extent or could potentially or has already affected surrounding regions, the Empire won't bother with you. Sometimes, a rebellion on a planet occurs, the rebels kill the governor, and imperial reinforcements arrive only then. Arriving on the ground, they find that the rebels say, the former governor was tyrannical and incompetent, we've overthrown him, but we're still loyal to the Empire. We are willing to continue paying taxes, and we've already prepared the tax for the new period. Hearing this, the imperial reinforcements say, well then, you are the new governor, and then they turn around and head home. It's quite absurd, but from the Empire's perspective, the rebellion is over, the new governor is loyal, and not even a bit of the tax was missed. No need for battle, isn't that great for everyone? And the former governor? Just a waste who couldn't even handle a rebellion, better off dead. This scenario is not likely, but there have indeed been many such records. For Gu Heng right now, he's incapable of directly intervening in the far west of the mainland. He doesn't have the power to organize a large army to journey thousands of miles and conduct an expedition, and the logistics would not hold up. Orbital support is a joke without ground troops for control, establishing rule through bombing alone is impossible. Even considering orbital airdrops and orbital transport of supplies and materials for relay, while it's true that it could disregard the distance on the ground, the Quintet is a standard warship with less than ideal conditions for orbital transport, making it unsupportable for this task. The Beautiful Lady, as an armed merchant ship, might be suited for such a mission, but obviously, Wang Jiarong would not support him in waging this war. Even if he were to win, the current industrial level at Rage Owl Star's surface is incapable of supporting rulership over lands at the other end of the mainland in a short period of time. In conclusion, waging war is unreliable, and the timing is not yet ripe. Conversely, by using the critical trade between the Gu clan and Fatches, making Blackbird Heavy Industries pay up what they owe, and threatening to cut off trade if they don't pay, is still feasible. The Quintet can tightly blockade the trade connections between the planet's surface and orbit. According to Gu Hang's plan, at the very least, they must earnestly pay up this period's 2 million tax currency. Moreover, Gu Hang is also demanding that they make up the shortfall from the past 6 years, 3 tax periods, which amounts to roughly 5 million tax currency. A total of 7 million. Of course, the latter demand is something Blackbird Heavy Industries, and Fatches would probably be unwilling to accept at all costs. Gu Hang had no intention of pushing them into a corner if he did and they refused to do business. His scheme of getting money out of their pockets would also fail. That wouldn't do at all. It all comes down to the negotiations. Anyway, 2 million tax currency is the bottom line. The update is late today, but there are 6,000 words. Last night, I actually finished writing 4,000, but while setting the timer, I decided it would be smoother to write 2,000 more, which I did this afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll see if it's possible to update on schedule with 6,000 words. Chapter 250. While thinking about the matters concerning Blackbird Heavy Industries, people gradually arrived one by one. There were still 15 minutes until the scheduled time, but since everyone had arrived, Gu Hang announced that the meeting would begin ahead of time. The first to report was the person in charge of military affairs, Colonel Yan Fangxiu. After Gu Hang had taken the 1st Seaswind Brigade, the 2nd Infantry Division, and the 3rd Independent Regiment, the remaining surface forces still consisted of 6 divisional units. The 4th to the 9th Garrison Divisions, after replenishing their personnel and disbanding surplus troops, had settled down. They consisted of 7 infantry battalions and 2 artillery battalions as the main combat forces, plus 2 battalions for logistics and engineers, as well as the division headquarters guard company, communications company, and staff. A single garrison division totaled over 6,000 troops. 6 divisions combined amounted to nearly 40,000 troops. As the commander of the army group, Yan Fangxiu divided the area around Revival City into 3 war zones, taking Revival City as the center. The first was the Jeoda War Zone. The 4th and 5th Garrison Divisions were stationed there. They were responsible for exterminating the remaining greenskins after the Jeoda War and burning all the land and suspect green vegetation where the greenskins might have resided. After the previous war, there were still some greenskin creatures that survived, Orcish kids, little sprites, or even just a few skug beasts. At most, they could be considered scattered troops, not a significant threat. But they couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, who knows how long it would be before a new greenskin tribe resurfaces. This was certainly a task that needed to be carried out persistently. Such exterminations would continue for many, many years, till there was a long period without any trace of green skin orcs, before they could relax a bit. The second was the Central War Zone, with the 6th, 7th, and 8th Garrison Divisions stationed there. The 6th Division was positioned between Revival City and Wuxing City, responsible for defending the capital. The 7th and 8th Divisions, centered on Revival City, swept to the west and south, up to about 300 kilometers as a boundary. They mainly swept the wasteland of marauders. Marauders were exterminated on the spot, those who surrendered or were captured were screened based on their past crimes. Those with heinous crimes, especially those with anti-humanity crimes like cannibalism, were executed outright. Others with less serious offenses were thrown into prison not to live comfortably of course, but to work in the mines with an F-grade treatment or to pick up trash in the ruins of Jeoda. F-grade treatment meant they were no longer considered human. In actuality, anyone below E-grade had no human rights. Common criminals like thieves, robbers, and fraudsters could at most be classified as E1 grade, at least still regarded as human and not treated excessively harshly when imprisoned or reformed. If someone actually died in prison, the prison would be penalized. But F-grade was akin to a suspended death sentence, stripped of human rights. Some murderers and other severe criminals were sent to this level. Essentially, they were people who should have been sentenced to death, but it was a pity to waste their labor, so they were simply put to work. Those with F-grade treatment had to bring back a sufficient quota of yield from the mines and ruin mine every day. If they did not meet the quota, they would not eat and would be whipped. Exceeding the quota came with a small food reward and the accumulation of work points. If they worked well enough, perhaps in 5 to 10 years, they could escape the F-grade inhumane treatment and get the normal E-grade treatment of a person. Of course, that was quite difficult. Inadequate nutrition, high work intensity, poor living conditions, and lack of medical resources, these issues caused a significant number of people to not survive a year. Those who lived past 5 years and worked hard to shed their F-grade status were very few. The 7th and 8th Garrison Divisions, in addition to eliminating those marauders, would locate survivor camps and bring them under the direct rule of the Alliance. It was estimated that there were about 2.7 million people in this region. For these people, the strategy adopted was consistent with the past: send out work teams to assess the industry structure of the camps on site. If they complemented the twin cities of revival well, especially in producing food or industrial and light industrial raw materials, then they were preserved. If the complement was weak or the camp itself struggled to survive without any industry, then the population would be relocated to Wuxing City to fill the industrial workforce void. However, this operation currently encountered some difficulties. At present, only about 700,000 people had been brought under control. Among the remaining 2 million people, there were several large settlements each with a population of about 200,000. It was uncertain what the attitude of their people was, but at least the rulers of those places did not accept giving up power. In fact, according to the policy of the new alliance authorities, they would not completely lose their power. As long as there was a peaceful transition, settlements with tens of thousands of people would not be disbanded directly, as too many people flooding into the twin cities of revival at once would be difficult to manage. On the contrary, since a settlement could gather so many people, it must have industry capable of sustaining life. Retaining the corresponding camps, or even the ruling class, meant transferring personal affiliations and abolishing private capital to transform into the job ranking and duty system of the new alliance. The original ruling class would most likely convert into the bureaucratic class under the new alliance system, enjoy fairly good treatment, and continue to manage their camps. Chapter 251. Of course, afterward they needed to undergo further systemic transformation, and these new bureaucrats began to be assessed by the new alliance government. It was definitely not nearly as comfortable as the days when they were local tyrants. Some submitted under the military might of the new alliance army, especially those smaller settlements close to Revival City, which honestly came under the rule of the new alliance. But those further away, the larger settlements, were not so content. During the advance of the troops, there was some resistance. And as the distance of the advance increased, the resistance became more and more intense. Now, several large settlements had forcibly rallied smaller ones to form a coalition army. About 70 to 80,000 people blocked the 7th and 8th Division's advance, and they were at war. The intensity of the war wasn't very high, the garrison divisions were far from the core main forces of the new alliance army, but even so, their equipment and firepower still had a huge advantage over those rabble. However, with only over 12,000 men combined from the two garrison divisions, they were at a great numerical disadvantage. They were able to advance steadily, but the speed of the advance really couldn't be considered fast, and when it came to attacking those survivor camps which were generally situated in easily defensible and difficult to attack terrain, it would take even more time. Even if they were taken down, in order to avoid revolt after surrender, troops still had to be left behind to enforce martial law. Even after personnel from subsequent government departments filled in, during the process of integrating the settlements, the presence of troops was still needed to maintain order. By comparison, the 3rd Battle Zone, the Central North Battle Zone, had only placed the 9th Garrison Division. Their work, similar to that of Allied forces expanding west and south from the Central War Zone, was more straightforward since the vast lands north of Revival City had a relatively sparse population and had not encountered any major battles. The assimilation of 500,000 people was basically progressing steadily. Of course, there was another factor, the activities of the Sisters of St. Mercy Lily. In the past 2 months, leaving Revival City and following the traces of the primordial Wrath Owl sect, the sisters headed north. They did quite a bit, combating the cult while also spreading their faith. Their formidable combat capabilities and their special identity gave them a certain influence in the north, which greatly helped the work of the 9th Division. This also gave the 9th Division an additional task, to be ready to respond to the sisters' requests, assisting them in striking against cult activities. According to intelligence sent back by the 9th Division, the Sisters of St. Mercy Lily found that the further north they went, the more traces of the primordial wrath owl sex activities. Superior Georgette had already led the main force into what is traditionally known as the Northern Province, and currently, no updated intelligence has come through. In the northern part of the Central Province, about 600 kilometers north of Revival City in the center, the traces of the cult were quite evident. In this northern area, 6 sisters remained behind, responsible for securing the rear and ready to support the sisters entering further north, while also cleaning up local cult activity in the northern region. After receiving the relevant requests, Yan Fangxiu green-lighted the additional task for the 9th Division. The above was approximately the military briefing by Yan Fangxiu, the military overseer, on the situation of the military operations during the month after the governor's departure, and even the current stage. After listening, Gu Hang thought for a moment, then gave his instructions. I have no objections about the clearing operation in the Jyoda ruins, and the actions in the central north battle zone are also fine. Lao Yan did very well. However, the operation in the central war zone cannot continue to drag on like this. I believe that the 7th and 8th divisions will eventually achieve victory, but slowly advancing is a huge loss. The depletion of population and time is unacceptable. We must seek a quick resolution. Saying this, Gu Hang's gaze turned to Tadeus, who sat beside Yan Fangxiu, still a colonel, but Gu Hang had already decided to promote him to the rank of colonel, and said, "How are the recruitment of new soldiers and logistical equipment going? I need you to replenish the losses of the 3 units that returned to the stars as soon as possible. After a week of rest, our troops will once again head to the battlefield." Tadeus answered earnestly, "In the new recruit training base we've established, we've already recruited over 20,000 people, who are undergoing basic training. The only issue is the effectiveness of the training." Gu Hang cut him off, "I'll handle the effectiveness of the training, but 20,000 is not enough. In addition to replenishing the troops, I also need to establish 3 division-sized units. The 10th, 11th and 12th newly created designations, I need them to be capable of rapid strikes, rapid movement, like the battle groups modeled after the 2nd Division. At the same time, the 2nd Division also needs to be equipped sufficiently. Even if we cannot achieve full mechanization, at least we must reach the standards of motorization." Tadeus decisively replied, "No problem. Without considering the training situation, I can recruit 30,000 people within half a month. I will provide a specific plan later according to the current situation of our armament stores. The forecast is quite optimistic. We might still have deficiencies in armored vehicle production capability, but the production of artillery, military trucks, and various types of ammunition is very good. The production capacity of the military factories in Wuxing City is growing day by day. We have enough equipment to arm new troops." Gu Hang calculated that with another 30,000 recruits, the training barracks would have 50,000 people. Making up for the losses of the 3 units from the heavens and replenishing the troops of various units would be no problem. The remaining people would be sufficient to form 3 new division-sized units. The 10th, 11th, and 12th designations would certainly not be formed into garrison divisions with average combat capabilities. After motorization, with fully equipped armed trucks, the troops could carry out rapid strikes, with stronger firepower and the extra armored vehicles in place, and forces matched to the 2nd Division, we could reach a scale of around 9,000 people. The combat power of such a motorized infantry division would have no problem taking on 2 garrison divisions. As for the training, 50,000 soldiers, all taken up to T5 level, would cost just 500 grace points. Peanuts. That's good. However, I still need to remind you that we must plan the recruitment of such a large number of young and strong people carefully so as not to affect the production plans of Revival City and Wuxing City, Gu Hang said. "It won't happen," Tadeus replied seriously. "At the moment, the population influx into Twin Cities is quite large. In the past month alone, 200,000 people have come from the Central War Zone, 150,000 people from the Central North Battle Zone, over 50,000 refugees from the Green Valley region, and more than 50,000 people diverted from Rubbish Town. A total influx of 450,000 people. Even though the city constructions, industrial constructions, service industry developments in Revival City, as well as the heavy industry and military industry in Wuxing City, all require a large population, the expansion of production lines also takes time. The speed of absorbing these populations isn't that fast. I don't have the exact numbers, but Lady Asana should have them. Our unemployment rate might be rising quite rapidly. The army has offered relatively good terms for recruitment, and among those who have just arrived in the city, many are eager to acquire formal status and have enthusiastically joined the armed forces. We are actually helping the city to resolve a significant portion of the unemployed population, easing the pressure on various industries to absorb workers. Gu Heng shifted his gaze to Asana. Speaking methodically, Asana replied, "That's indeed the case. I have corresponding production management reports here that you can review." Gu Heng took over a stack of papers and began to scrutinize them tirelessly. Meanwhile, Asana began her report. Currently, according to the official census, which we dare not claim with certainty, our total population under New Alliance leadership has reached 2.4 million. In accordance with the military department's battle zone planning, we have accordingly planned the Central Province, Jeoda Province, and Central North Province. As the Central Province's expansion battle is running smoothly, we estimate that the total population could exceed 4.4 million when the time comes. This chapter is 4,000 words. Between punctual updates and an additional 2,000 words, today I chose the punctual update. I didn't finish writing yesterday, I underestimated the difficulty of calculating data. The missing 2,000 words must be made up. Today, I'll strive to write more so that tomorrow I can update both punctually and with 6,000 words. Chapter 252. Azania's report had Gu Heng nodding frequently. The increase in population was something that Gu Heng cared deeply about. According to the information she provided, as well as the documents at hand, the total population directly governed by the new alliance had reached as many as 2.4 million. Among them, the core governing area was the twin cities of Revival. The population of Wuxing City had reached 550,000, with its main industries being heavy and military industry. Industries based on alloy steel transformed a large amount of raw materials into alloy metals, which were further processed into various industrial components. Wu Jiarong's research institute continuously churned out new production lines, through the black box, sending them to the waste pit industrial zone to establish new factories or expand existing ones. Those who migrated and entered the short-term intensive training courses operated by various factories and enterprises became job-ready workers after completing the trainings. As soon as the corresponding production lines were in place, new workers would be filled in immediately, and production would begin right away. Revival City now had 930,000 people and the city construction was still ongoing, with its main industries being various light industries, production of consumer goods, and supplying population needs. Main production industries included textiles, food, various appliances, furniture, construction. Beyond that, Revival City was also an administrative and trade center, with a large population engaged in clerical work as well. A higher population scale also heralded the development of a relatively advanced service industry. Cultural and entertainment sectors were still few, but the catering industry had already developed quite a bit. This was different from Wuxing City. To solve the problem of meals in Wuxing City, besides cooking at home, the main reliance was on company canteens, which distributed food according to job ranks. Since Revival City did not have large, centralized factories like those in Wuxing City, the catering industry would become a point of supplement to solve meal issues. This brings us to a new policy implemented by Azania to stimulate economic vitality. To avoid the rather static industrial development after job ranks were tied to duties, and to prevent economic activities occurring only when the industry department issued construction for factories, shops, and city infrastructure, Azania encouraged ordinary people to utilize their intelligence and start their own businesses. Not to embark on large-scale entrepreneurship, big projects would be handled by state-owned enterprises. But to open a small restaurant, a convenience store, or even just a roadside stall, or further, if they had a unique idea, establish a small factory, create a private construction team, or organize a logistics team to transport goods for construction sites, factories, shops, in short, anything. The specific incentive was that people of a certain rank could use their rank as a guarantee to apply for entrepreneurship funds, submit a relevant entrepreneurship report, and upon approval, they could open their business. The higher the rank, the more support funds they could receive. If the entrepreneurship failed, rank would be reduced. If successful, rank would increase according to the status of the new industry's manager. However, regardless of whether it was a restaurant, convenience store, or factory, the ownership belonged to the state, but a certain dividend would be paid out. In simple terms, it was like proposing a project within a large company, submitting the project report to the boss or management, and if approved, set to work. If you win, you get promoted and receive a salary increase, along with stock options. If you lose, the company incurs losses, and you bear responsibility and demotion. Moreover, if it's just a stall, you don't need a particularly high rank to run it, and if it fails, the punishment isn't very severe, a deduction from the allowance is enough. In addition, Ozania opened another loophole: entrepreneurship could also be funded with one's own money, eliminating the need for a guarantee. If it failed, there would be no demotion and one's own money would be lost. If successful, rank would increase and the earnings would be one's own. This was equivalent to opening a private economy alongside the main public and planned economy to increase economic vitality. So far, since it was encouraged, the conditions for using rank as guarantee to apply for entrepreneurship funds were quite lenient. Those with low ranks who had good ideas, or who conformed to the industry department's industrial development direction, could easily obtain startup capital. The extent of demotion for failure wasn't too large, and most of the time, under the guidance of the industry department, they wouldn't incur losses. Near factories and construction sites, setting up a small restaurant or even a stall heating synthetic starch blocks generally would not result in a loss. In the future, if it's felt that a certain direction has developed enough, or even overheated, or if there are too many losses, in short, if there are issues, the application process will be tightened, the threshold raised, and the penalties for guarantees increased. Anyway, it's a means of regulation. In general, while the collective state-owned economy is the absolute mainstay in the Twin Cities, the private economy was encouraged to add vitality and create jobs. Currently, based on tax currency, the total monthly production value of the Twin Cities can reach about 80,000 tax currency. This is the absolute core area of the new alliance. Other areas, when added together, can manage about 5,000 to 6,000 tax currency. Besides the Twin Cities, the other regions in the newly planned Central Province, Central North Province, and Jayota Province, including those remaining small settlements, Rubbish Town inclusive, were also transforming towards the Twin Cities system. The main output was focused on consumer goods, ensuring the basic needs of the population. But those small settlements couldn't guarantee production efficiency at all. Chapter 253. Combined, these places had a population of over 1 million, which might be comparable to that of the Twin Cities, but their total output value was probably only about 7% of the Twin Cities. In response, Ozania's subsequent plan was to continue migrating people from these areas to Wuxing City to expand the industrial population. Additionally, some factories producing raw materials in Wuxing City and Revival City would distribute various production machines. For instance, agricultural machinery, construction equipment, trucks, textile machines, food processing machines, a series of gadgets could increase the production efficiency of these small settlements. Here, there would be considerable room for growth. After listening to her comprehensive report, Gu Hang nodded in satisfaction. He thought Ozania had done quite well. He had been aware of many things within her report, especially the major directions, which were essentially the instructions he had given Ozania before boarding the starship. Ozania had then formulated policies in these directions and implemented them. Coming up with appropriate policies was not easy, implementing them was even harder. But it seemed that Ozania had performed well in both aspects. It was not just a matter of not disappointing his expectations, she had even exceeded them. This was also evident from the character card. While in space, Gu Hang had seen Ozania's character card change through the character interface. Firstly, she had leveled up to LV3, her rarity had risen from N to R level, Excellent Political Officer had upgraded to Outstanding Political Officer, with a slight increase in political attribute. She also gained an extra talent named Comprehensive Planning. Comprehensive Planning, with her long-term insights into overall production planning, she had become even more outstanding in this area. Politics +1. The combination of these traits brought her most important political attribute to 15 points. An Ozania of such caliber had become an extremely distinguished political officer, and Gu Hang could rest very assured. Therefore, Gu Hang did not hesitate to praise her. I think Comrade Ozania has done an excellent job. With that, he started clapping. Following his lead, everyone else gave face and joined in the applause. The role of Ozania was very important. She was currently the foremost figure on the political side, overseeing civil affairs, commerce, finance, and production, all of significant responsibility. Although she was still referred to as a minister, in reality, she effectively undertook tasks very similar to those of a government premier. The majority of political work lay on her shoulders. Even the military had to please her. After all, the production situation of Wuxing City's military factories also required her support to flourish. Tadeus, who was in charge of military logistics and equipment, had to maintain constant communication with her subordinates to ensure adequate supplies of equipment, ammunition, and military provisions. Ozania, flattered by the praise, showed a hint of shyness. She waved her hands and quickly said, "There's also the report on commerce and trade. Mr. Bradford will speak on that, as he has performed exceptionally well in his work over the past month." Bradford stood up, looking somewhat nervous, especially when Gu Hang's gaze turned towards him, intensifying his apprehension. He still remembered the despair he felt when he was captured by the governor's soldiers a few months ago. The subsequent conversation with the governor almost shattered his mental state. But he survived through his wit and intellect and became an advisor to the new Alliance Ministry of Commerce. With Ozania taking on multiple roles and effectively assuming the duties of the Alliance Premier, she was incredibly busy. Additionally, within the new Alliance, there was a severe shortage of civilian officials and administrative workers, particularly those capable of independent roles. Bradford, with his abilities, naturally rose to the occasion. He had the capability, experience, and connections. His proactive work ethic, coupled with his refraining from lining his own pockets at least in the early stages of his career where he didn't dare take risks, naturally set him apart from the rest. Although he still bore the title of advisor, he was already exercising the rights of a principal officer of the Alliance Commerce Department. In fact, Ozania had raised Bradford's rank from an initial E6 to D6 within her own authority. This was still a mid to lower level rank, but it was enough to live comfortably with a decent subsidy. Moreover, being in a position of responsibility within the Commerce Department, Bradford, a smart man, was not worried about a lack of future opportunities for advancement. He did not disappoint the trust placed in him by Ozania. Previously, he mobilized his connections and experience in trade management to organize caravans, restoring the supply to the Twin Cities capillaries and easing the grain crisis. Then he restored the grain trade with the Western Desert, further alleviating the crisis. As for another major source of grain supply, the southern Green Valley region, there hadn't been much improvement. But that was not his responsibility, mainly because the Green Valley was in a state of chaos. Grain production faced significant issues, beyond the scope of commercial remedies. Just relying on the Western Desert, grain supply would still be quite tense, especially once the expansion strategy commenced and the areas around Revival City were engulfed in turmoil. With 2 million people becoming hostile, the capillaries suffered further impacts. Chapter 254. This was why Gu Hang insisted that Yan Fangxiu speed up his actions and quickly deploy more troops to resolve the issue. If it were delayed any longer, famine would arise. However, to solve this problem, Bradford had personally made a trip to the Western Desert and had only just returned recently. He brought back a new large order. The Western Desert's food trade with Revival City could be doubled in scale. The price that Revival City had to pay for this was a large amount of consumer goods. Revival City's excess output was enough to cover this part. In addition to this, there was another big deal, which was finding a large order for Wuxing City's automobile industry through Bradford's efforts. The Iron Bull RN100 truck was favored by numerous caravans. With its excellent load capacity, off-road performance, durability, and fuel flexibility, such trucks were highly sought after in the wastelands. Bradford sold 500 Iron Bull trucks to Western Desert businessmen in one go, to be paid for with food. According to interstellar standards, the subsequent grain orders to be delivered were valued at over 20,000 tax currency, which could basically satisfy the annual needs of the new alliance's population of 2.4 million. The 500 Iron Bull trucks were roughly a month's production for Wuxing City, and if used to pay taxes, their total value would be about 5,000 tax currency. The Imperial Taxation Department might not even want trucks with such a level of technology. Earning 4 times the amount, the Western Desert businessmen were still ecstatic. These trucks were much cheaper than the cargo vehicles produced by Blackbird Heavy Industries in the West. This deal was a win-win. The Alliance found a market for the automotive industry and purchased a large amount of food. The Western Desert businessmen who got the trucks would use them to transport grain to the Alliance, greatly improving transportation efficiency. If this isn't a win-win, what is? Winning twice, till it's dizzying. Of course, this deal wasn't completed in one fell swoop. The Western Desert had that much grain, but lacked the capability to transport it all at once. It would take time to collect from various plantations and to cover the over 1,000 kilometers of distance. Moreover, the delivery of the Iron Bull trucks wasn't immediate. Although Wuxing City could produce 500 trucks in a month, Revival City's transport logistics also needed Iron Bulls. The military's logistical transport needs Iron Bulls. The Army's motorization also similarly requires Iron Bulls. Even so, the production capacity of 500 was still not enough, and the subsequent production department might focus its next burst capacity on iron bull trucks, striving to increase this important type of transport truck to a monthly output of 1,000. Beyond food trade, Bradford recently solved another major problem, the import of industrial raw materials. In terms of raw materials, the capacity of ruin mines' ores had long been insufficient. Rubbish Town, due to the cessation of war, had only just resumed excavation work at ruin mine, and production had not yet picked up. The gap in raw materials restricted industrial district production. However, related commercial trade work was gradually expanding, and the sources of raw materials were no longer limited to the vicinity. To the east of the High Tower ruins, all the way to the sea, an area of about 6,000 kilometers long, was the Pacific Rage Owl Star's major urban cluster region before the war. Super cities like the High Tower ruins were broadly distributed across the eastern territories. But in this vast area, the surviving population might be only about 5 million. They were scattered across various ruins, struggling to survive amid mutant creatures and low-energy storms. They had hardly any industry, mainly relying on scavenging and trading with caravans for food and necessities. In other words, that 6,000 kilometers stretch from east to west, and 3,000 kilometers from north to south, of the former urban cluster area, was essentially one enormous, highly dispersed rubbish town. Regardless of the ecology of that place, at least the new alliance had now established commercial trade relations with the eastern provinces. Consumer goods and resale of food were traditional items in the raw material trade between Revival City and the eastern provinces, and now, there was an additional dumping of industrial goods. Among them, the two main flagship products were, 1. The Iron Bull truck, and 2. Military equipment. The eastern provinces, much like a giant rubbish town, weren't just an appellation, the ecosystem was very similar too. The food capability was very low, mainly relying on imports from the Green Valley region. The primary output was raw materials scavenged from the pre-war ruins and some primary processing and basic industry. The main force behind scavenging was, of course, the many adventurers. The G9 series of individual equipment was much stronger than those primitive guns. Just so happened, the current production line of G9 had plenty of surplus capacity, which was perfect to sell to them. As for whether these guns might become an obstacle to the new alliance's expansion into the eastern provinces in the future, it had to be admitted, there was that possibility. But the obstacle wasn't significant. If it came to large-scale warfare, the value of individual equipment wasn't so great. Tanks, artillery, air forces, these sources of firepower were more critical. And speaking of arms trade, the current G9 individual equipment wasn't just being sold eastward, the Green Valley region to the south was also an important sales point. On one hand, although the Green Valley region suffered from war, reducing its food capacity significantly, there was still some left. On the other hand, the main reason for trading arms for food was the situation in the Green Valley region. Disasters like the mutant creature tithe, in the relatively favorable natural conditions of the Green Valley region, would have typically subsided by this time of year, but this year, they seemed to be growing worse instead. Chapter 255. The tragic decimation of Ozania's family was beginning to become all too common in the Green Valley region. Even estate owners and planters couldn't endure it, let alone ordinary civilians. Selling arms and equipment to the Green Valley region was meant to help them better resist the monster waves. And not just selling arms, either. While up in the sky, Gu Hang had heard reports about the Green Valley region, and he was also greatly concerned about the situation there. The rampant devastation caused by the mutant monster tides was certainly intolerable. With a population of 10 million, the Green Valley region was a vast peninsula covering more than 2,000 kilometers east to west, and over 5,000 kilometers from north to south, narrowing towards the south, its overall terrain somewhat resembling the Indian peninsula from Gu Hang's world before the crossing, with possibly even better natural and geographical environments. The vast, fertile land and the ample population. These were some of the finest areas on Rage Owl Star. Gu Hang couldn't tolerate the destruction of this land, nor could he allow the needless loss of too many lives in this disaster from the 10 million population. Currently, the Alliance didn't have enough strength to dispatch sufficient troops to such a vast area as the Green Valley region to address the mutant beast issue there. But this didn't prevent him from planning ahead. Exchanging arms for food, or even sending military advisors and diplomats directly to the Green Valley region. Diplomats were helping survivors who had been displaced to come together, encouraging the remaining struggling plantations to form mutual aid organizations, convincing those plantations not yet struck by disaster to understand the principle that one's own survival depended on the survival of all, urging them to contribute money, effort, and manpower in support and vigilance with their neighbors. The military advisors, along with the traded arms, were sent to assist the local forces resisting the monster waves in building their military. The local situation wasn't something that could be explained in a sentence or two, and the issues in Green Valley were not just conflicts between humans and monsters. But let's not delve into more complex matters for now. At the very least, Gu Hang hoped that the personnel dispatched could minimize the damage to the Green Valley region, saving one more life and preserving one more grain of food if possible. When he was finally able to free up resources to mobilize a real task force to the Green Valley region to reclaim lost territory, it would be beneficial to have retained even a fraction of vitality there. The rest of the report wasn't all that important. Patel discussed the industrial situation in Wuxing City. Lambert talked about the legal system construction in the Twin Cities region. He detailed the establishment of relevant legal provisions, court construction, law enforcement team development, intelligence system setup, anti-corruption issues. He had indeed been officially appointed as the Chief Justice of the Alliance, under whose administration there were 3 committees, the Legislative Committee, the Executive Committee, and the Discipline Committee. The legislative members were the fewest, responsible for establishing legal provisions at the behest of the governor. The executive was principally involved in law and order, discipline was mainly aimed at anti-corruption. Gu Hang placed particular emphasis on the work of the Discipline Committee. He was acutely aware that under the new alliance's highly centralized, planned economic system, the ability to focus resources on major tasks was a prime advantage, allowing for undertakings that might yield little short-term benefit but massive long-term gains. However, issues of systemic rigidity and corruption could be fatal to the new system. As for systemic inflexibility, Gu Hang had already seen Ozania seeking solutions, with encouragement mainly focused on private and market-oriented economic practices. Corruption wasn't yet an apparent problem, since in theory, the new regime had only been established for 3 to 4 months and shouldn't have significant issues. But this matter required nipping in the bud. If allowed to grow into a pervasive, systemic problem before addressing it, solving it wouldn't be a simple pain. 6,000 words. Yesterday's promise fulfilled. Chapter 256. After landing, Gu Hang's first important work meeting nearly concluded following Lambert's discussion on relevant legal system construction. Once everyone had left, Gu Hang remained alone in the vast conference hall. Sitting alone at the top of the large table, with his hands propping up his chin, he was deep in contemplation. Sunlight streamed in from the side, illuminating half his face in light and the other in shadow, while stretching his silhouette long across the floor. Beyond the earmarked 500 points of grace for the payment of the new soldier training base and the preparation of the training of 50,000 new soldiers, he still had 4,158 points at his disposal. That was still a large sum, and Gu Hang was planning how to allocate these points of grace. The highest priority was the Loyal Air Academy. Gu Hang now personally realized why rulers always felt anxious about the loyalty of their subordinates. His career was still in the expansion phase, and his greatest concern wasn't rebellion or betrayal but rather corruption and whether people would work diligently and minimize shirking. He worried that under the quickly expanding political system, the need to absorb talent from the old alliance to fill positions in the new government could bring bad practices to the new alliance. He was concerned that the political officers in the military, although trained, had not been trained intensively enough, akin to rushing ducks onto a perch. Currently, many red caps were performing exceptionally well, exceeding Gu Hang's targets, but that didn't mean every political officer would perform the same, especially as the military expanded. He also fretted over whether the diplomats and military commissioners sent to manage affairs in the disaster-stricken Green Valley region were truly diligent, or whether they would exploit the opportunity for corruption, not only failing to meet Gu Hang's expectations but also tarnishing the new alliance's reputation in the south, creating future obstacles in reclaiming the Green Valley region. Equally, he was concerned whether Lambert's Discipline Committee would loyally carry out their duties in identifying corrupt individuals within the government and military, without themselves becoming corrupt. Could the Loyal Air Academy completely alleviate his anxieties? Probably not, but it could ease them. Overall, according to the description of the Loyal Air Academy within the construction interface, the training there was quite effective on its own, not to mention that Gu Hang could use points of grace to directly promote people to the special unit of trainee political officers. Does a military unit necessarily have to be deployed within the army? Not necessarily. Without hesitation, Gu Hang spent the required 1,000 points of grace for the Loyal Air Academy. And in preparation for this construction, the wind-extinguishing Loyal Air Academy in Revival City had already been established a month earlier, with a prefix in its name commemorating Gu Hang's initial battle. The main curriculum of the academy focused on loyalty to the governor and the empire, teaching history and politics. It did not immediately recruit young students but primarily geared towards in-service staff for short-term advanced training. In fact, the latest promotion scheme issued by the Civil Affairs Department explicitly mentioned that from rank D upwards, the experience in advanced training at the Wind Extinguishing Academy would be a plus in the assessment, from D9 to C1, the step that usually signifies entering into a mid-level rank. A 1-month training period became a mandatory criterion. Further up from C1, that experience would carry significant weight. Loyalty is the foremost duty. This maxim of Gu Hang was thus implemented through such policies. However, the current educational level at the Wind Extinguishing Loyal Air Academy was quite concerning. Gu Hang himself held the title of principal, but he indeed did not have the time to manage school affairs personally. Those who actually taught were a selection of political officers and individuals who had followed Gu Hang for some time and had high ideological awareness. They compiled textbooks according to his directives and taught by rote. What kind of educational quality could that yield? How could it elevate ideological consciousness? But that didn't matter. The primary goal was to meet the requirements of the construction system. To redeem the Loyal Air Academy and allow it to take effect, it was necessary to have an already operational school to layer the construction effect onto and make it functional. This meant that Gu Hang could afford to disregard instructional quality, as long as there was such a school in existence. With the points spent, Gu Hang could already see the option to train the squad political officers unit on the troop card interface. However, unlike other units, this training required sending people to the Loyal Air Academy to study for 1 week. The following day, Gu Hang personally visited the Wind Extinguishing Loyal Air Academy and audited a few classes. He wanted to personally experience the effects. Since his visit was unannounced, there was no need to worry about excessive preparation that might give a skewed view of the true situation. Certainly, his arrival stirred some turmoil within the school, but any attempt at organizing a welcome ceremony was immediately halted by him. Chapter 257. Gu Hang simply picked a few random classes and went in to listen to the lectures. Jason Morgan and Si Morgan, the married couple, never imagined that one day they would have the opportunity to attend a class with the Duke himself. Jason, as an official in the Ministry of Civil Affairs Immigration Bureau, exposed a group of looters disguised as civilians when he was dispatched to Sanchi town. He nearly lost his life, but after returning, he was acknowledged for his meritorious conduct and was promoted directly to D2 level. The Bureau wanted to send him out again, and at first, he was very resistant. The experience from the last time had left him trembling with fear, not to mention that the direction of the dispatch this time was the perilous Green Valley region. There, it wasn't just a matter of dealing with looters consisting of the unemployed and the dispossessed. Being captured by looters might not necessarily end in death, as an Alliance official taken as a hostage would fetch a pretty penny. On the other hand, killing an Alliance official would bring major trouble. But the mutated monsters there were irrational, and encountering one meant an almost certain death by their bite. However, he was soon persuaded by his wife yet again. His wife, a person with particularly progressive thoughts, was truly a devoted spouse. Fortune favors the bold. After returning from his last dispatch, he was promoted 2 ranks, even skipping from E to D, which meant a significant increase in benefits and treatment. And this time, since he was going to an even more dangerous place, the anticipated promotion would probably be greater. But before this mission, his leader had also managed to secure an opportunity for this active participant, to study at Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy. With just a short period of training, it was a very significant experience, which would greatly assist him in climbing the ranks and reaching higher positions in the future. And it wasn't just him attending the academy, his wife Si Morgan, as well as his sister-in-law, C's sister Milia Durong, also came. His wife worked as a clerical worker in a commercial company, and she, being so proactive and progressive in her daily life, with equally good performance, secured the same opportunity and also brought her sister along. Jason could never have imagined that one day he would have the experience of studying with his wife. The learning experience at Loyal Air Academy was somewhat dull. He and his sister-in-law frequently mocked together, criticizing how the teacher's lectures were unexceptional and monotonous like chanting scriptures. The content was the same old detailed accounts of the Duke's achievements that they were all too familiar with. Executing former Alliance rebel generals, suppressing the resurgence of the evil god, battling the green Skin Orcs. Indeed, these were legendary tales, but one would tire of hearing them 1,000 times over. Only his most progressive wife managed to maintain high spirits, and even privately urged her sister and husband to study seriously and not to treat it merely as a formality. But, wasn't this just a formality? To come and listen to lectures, make up the hours, sing the praises of the Duke on the weekly exams according to the standard answers, and, in the end, receive a certificate of completion that would add to a beautiful resume and make future promotions more convenient. Isn't that quite good? Pay close attention to the lectures. It's pointless. But today, the Duke himself came to inspect the classroom. They controlled themselves not to turn their heads and disrespectfully stare at the Duke, but they couldn't erase the shock they felt upon entering the classroom and seeing the Duke casually sitting in the last row. Under this sudden visit, no matter how uninterested they felt, they were determined to appear as if they were deeply moved and full of tears, even if the person on the podium was Mr. Mazik, known throughout the academy as the worst lecturer. Perhaps, by catching the Duke's attention with an outstanding performance, they might ascend to the pinnacle of their careers? However, as the class began, they realized there was no need to act. Or rather, they started off intending to perform well, but as the class went on, they became thoroughly engrossed in Instructor Mazik's presentation. To tell the truth, the content he taught hadn't changed, it was still the same old material, the illustrious history and tragic experiences of Rage Owl Star, the Duke as a savior, the duty of loyalty to the Duke as a representative of the Empire. Yet, the content was much more vibrant and engaging. He didn't just recite from the book. When speaking about the Rage Owl Star people's glorious life, his expression was filled with hopefulness. When mentioning their tragic life, it contained sorrow, and when talking about how the Duke alone developed the area outside the city, defeated the looters, and conquered cities, he was passionate and fiery. Even Milia Durong, who had always shown impatience with these subjects, found herself moved by his words. Leaving aside everything else, just listening to the story itself was interesting enough. And as people were engrossed in these tales, the multitude of ideas that the class aimed to instill subtly entered their minds. By the end of the class, the students were not only free from any sense of aversion but also somewhat captivated, wanting more. It was then that they remembered the Duke was also part of their class. Turning their heads, they could no longer see the Duke's figure. When he had left was anyone's guess. Having listened to half a class, Gu Hang felt much more at ease. He was reassured, the system's output was indeed effective. After confirming the effectiveness of the course halfway through, Gu Hang discreetly made an early exit. Outside the classroom, he encountered Reed Meshako, the Dean of Academics at Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy, who had been waiting there. Chapter 258. Maishik was a cripple. He had once been the political commissar of the 7th Garrison Division 4th Regiment. He had distinguished himself when he actively led his troops to attack the Orc position, covering the Star Warriors as they penetrated deep into enemy ranks to carry out orbit strike marking tasks. But during the full-scale offensive following the orbital bombardment, as he was leading his troops deep into enemy lines, a bullet fired by a greenskin shattered his leg. Maishik quickly lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss, and after being sent to the rear, he amputated one leg but saved his life. Having lost a leg, Maishik could no longer go into battle. But he soon received a new assignment from his old superior, Tadeus, to go to the newly established Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy. Initially, he only served as a lecturer. He used to think, what qualifies me to teach others to be a teacher? Since there was no choice, he just had to lecture the way he had done ideological work for soldiers in the army. But later, he found that among a group of rotten fish and shrimps, he was indeed the best speaker. The worst were really those who simply read out the mediocre textbooks in a bland and uninspiring manner. Soon, when the Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy needed a manager, he became the academic affairs director by virtue of the rank of major he had received upon his retirement, the Rejuvenation Medal, and his status as a combat hero. With Gu Hang, the principal, often away, he, the academic affairs director, became the actual person in charge of the school's educational work, together with another vice principal who was only responsible for construction of physical facilities, leading the Wind Extinguishing Zongxi Academy. He was always dedicated to building up the teacher team. He was consistently dissatisfied with the low standard of many lecturers and planned to fire some to see if that would make a difference. The lecturer Mazik, who was teaching today, was one of those he considered the worst and had already been placed on his dismissal list. However, he hadn't expected that the governor would show up unannounced today and attend Mazik's class. Leaning on his cane, he hurried over but didn't dare to enter and disturb the class, so he could only sweat it out at the door. Myshuk had mentally cursed it 1,000 times, wondering why he hadn't fired Mazik, this good-for-nothing, earlier to avoid such embarrassment today. He was already trying hard to think of how to explain to the governor that Mazik did not represent the true teaching level of the Wind Extinguishing Academy. Although there was still much room for improvement at the academy, it was because it had been established for such a short time. Given a little longer, a bit more time, he would raise the educational level. Unexpectedly, at the door, he listened to the best class on ideological education that he had heard since taking office at the school. The impassioned voice of Mazik astonished Myshuk at the doorway. "Am I out of my mind to fire such a person? No, why didn't you show your capability before, young man? Do you have to put on a good show only when the governor arrives? That's good, too, saving me from shame in front of the governor." With complex feelings, Myshuk silently removed Mazik from the dismissal list. Then, with one hand on his cane, he saluted Gu Hang with the other. "Governor, please command." "Well done," Gu Hang encouraged, knowing that the previous inadequate educational level could not be blamed on Myshuk. After a moment's thought, Gu Hang added, "There should be no need to worry about the level of lecturers now, but you need to rewrite the textbooks. Don't stick to one set of materials, they're too rigid. Incorporate stories of heroes with brave deeds from the Empire's history into the materials, especially those with outstanding performance from governors, and compare them to Rage Owlstar. Of course, don't make it too obvious." Myshuk quickly took out paper and pen and began to record the governor's instructions. Afterwards, the textbook reform moved in that direction. Chapter 259. After personally experiencing the enhanced level of teaching provided by the architectural system, Gu Hang was very satisfied. What was directly improved was the lecturing ability of the teachers and the educational atmosphere. Similarly, he believed that the increased efficiency brought by the system had not yet been fully realized. If there were to be superior textbooks in the future, better teaching hardware, such as corresponding images and videos to assist with explanations during lectures, and if the teachers themselves had a high enough level of expertise, with sufficient knowledge reserves. With all these elements in place, combined with significant improvements in teachers' lecturing ability, educational atmosphere, and students' concentration from the system's boosts, the overall effect would be even more noticeable. Only then would he be able to say that the 1,000 points of favor he had invested in Loyal Air Academy were maximized. To this end, Gu Hang specifically set aside an entire day to discuss the subsequent reform plans with Myshuk, the Dean of Academic Affairs, and the Vice-Chancellor who had rushed over, promising that related educational funding would be prioritized for Loyal Air Academy. Additionally, Gu Hang specifically mentioned that Loyal Air Academy should establish an advanced class for short-term training. For this advanced class, Gu Hang would personally teach a lesson. Myshuk noted this down. This so-called advanced version was where Gu Hang planned to use grace points to train the battalion political commissars. The system called it by this name, and even designated it as a type of troop, but in reality, Gu Hang did not intend to use it merely as a breeding ground for military political officers. He would gather those who performed well at the Loyal Air Academy, or those from all walks of life who needed key training, throw them into this advanced class, and for the price of 10 points of favor per person, train them to become battalion political commissars. After graduation, these individuals would return to their posts with the will of the most loyal warriors, leading by example. Of course, training military political officers was also a very important part of the plan. Gu Hang initially offered 70 slots. This would cost him 700 points of favor. But the sacrifice was worth the reward. 50 qualified commissars would be drawn from various military units, and after returning, they would enter the staffs of various divisions and regiments, taking on the role of political officers. They would be the most steadfast ideological force within the military, ensuring loyalty to the governor and maintaining morale and discipline during combat. Out of the additional 20 people, 15 would be from different levels of government institutions. After returning, they were also expected to bring back their faith, ideals, and loyalty. The remaining 5 would come from companies, factories, and other enterprises. Their promotion speeds would be faster than the average person, but the responsibilities they shouldered would also be greater. Gu Hang looked forward to the time when these seeds would take root and sprout. If the seeds were not enough, then several more batches would be cultivated. The Morgan couple and their sister Milia were all selected for the advanced class. They were fully aware of what a precious opportunity this was. Simply attending classes at Loyal Air Academy, regardless of what they could learn, had already become a golden credential in the new Alliance society. Not to mention, they were also part of the advanced classes held from time to time, receiving personal instruction from the governor himself. With that, their golden credentials shone even brighter. Who in the future could question their loyalty? Moreover, after the 7-day course, they truly knew more than just a surface layer of gold. Jason Morgan discussed with his wife, and they both felt that they had learned a lot of substantial things. First and foremost was military skills. A part of the 7-day course was military training. Just within these few days, they felt like they had become qualified warriors, able to fight with a gun. For someone without any prior military training, this was the most noticeable perception. Another important aspect was that they knew how to inspire morale, excite people, and enforce discipline. This included skills in language, expression, body language, and how to lead by example in everyday life, what were principles and what could be flexible. They should form deep friendships, care for and understand others' thoughts, and become a friend, a brother, and a reliable figure, but at the same time, they needed to build authority, instill beliefs and ideals of loyalty in others, and in crucial moments, be ruthless, uphold bottom lines, set examples, and use their authority, prestige, affinity, and even violence to inspire morale and maintain discipline. This knowledge wasn't just talk, they also understood specific ways to implement it. Truth be told, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Are we geniuses by nature? To understand everything in just 7 days? They even doubted the part of the brain that had developed this new knowledge. Would these methods really work in practice? They didn't know yet, as there was no environment to put it into practice. However, if the occasion arises, they would just try it out. Surely the governor's teachings couldn't be wrong, right? As for whether their own level of ideological awareness had improved. Chapter 260. Others might have different opinions, but at least Jason Morgan didn't feel much of anything. What's the big deal about being loyal to the governor, loving the alliance, having firm beliefs, guaranteeing loyalty? He had recited those things 10,000 times before, he already knew them. So what if he recited them a few more times? Could there really be any special change? Could it truly make me stand up and face danger, fight for the beliefs in my heart, even at the cost of my life? Impossible, that would never happen in this lifetime. That was what he thought. However, what he didn't know was that at certain crucial moments, on certain key decisions, humans are sometimes not purely rational, not purely self-interested. Heroes who stand up often do so because of a single thought, which leads to jaw-dropping feats of valor. The benefits of participating in the Loyal Air Advanced class came faster than expected. Besides the knowledge gained, the promotion within the Alliance's internal system was also forthcoming. Moreover, there had been a scramble among some important departments to recruit among these 20 non-military personnel. For instance, Hire S.I. Morgan, after graduation, was quickly transferred out of her original unit. She was called into the wind-extinguishing Zongxi Academy as a candidate for an outstanding lecturer. She had been known as an ideological progressive even before entering the advanced class, and now, she was able to further leverage her advantage. Moreover, she was very likely to be involved in the upcoming curriculum reform of the academy. Her sister, Milia Durong, was poached by the discipline committee under Lambert. The anti-corruption and auditing work required people who were intellectually progressive and possessed a sense of justice. Jason Morgan himself didn't have any job movement, but he was soon promoted to a D3 level employee and was dispatched to the Southern Green Valley region as the local civil affairs liaison officer, responsible for the reception of refugees, and he would be departing soon. His past achievements were now further gilded. Should he accomplish more in the south, the road ahead would be wide open to him. Apart from these 20 government employees, the 50 political commissars selected from various levels of the military did not have specific promotions. But that was also all right, as they themselves held high and influential positions. Before joining the advanced class, they were already military and political chiefs of various units, essentially covering division, brigade, and regimental commissars, as well as instructors of the composite camp within the 1st Seaswind Brigade. After returning to their respective units, they basically continued with their original duties, but undoubtedly, they would be far better off than the previous makeshift appointments. Furthermore, although there were no changes in their positions, their military ranks generally saw a promotion. The new Alliance Army was not small in size, but compared to its scale, the levels of officers at all ranks were generally quite low. For example, division and brigade commanders often held the rank of colonel, regimental commanders were mostly lieutenant colonels, battalion commanders were generally only captains, and many company commanders were mere first or second lieutenants. A large number of platoon leaders weren't even commissioned officers but were instead non-commissioned officers. This was due to historical issues. The army had been established for a short period, especially after the recapture of the High Tower ruins. Many of these garrison divisions were converted from original adventure groups. Although they had been trained through the soldier card system, the personnel remained the same, with the military chiefs mostly being former leaders of the adventure groups. Even though their groups were severely fragmented and dismantled to minimize factionalism, these individuals were still relied upon as leaders. Therefore, Gu Hang deliberately kept a cap on military ranks. Those who did well and earned military merits were promoted, with future commanders and brigade leaders matching the rank of colonel. Those who did not perform well didn't need to be demoted, they simply took on tasks corresponding to their ranks. In a situation where military chiefs generally held lower ranks, political commissars such as second-in-commands could hardly surpass them, often being even a rank lower. But in this round, Gu Hang pulled up most of the returned 50 political commissars by one level, mostly bringing them to the same rank as the military chiefs of their respective units. This reflected his attitude. Jordan Leroy was an old member of the Abandoned Cave Society, just like Perbuff, being one of the first soldiers to come out of the society. He was selected as a political commissar in the first batch, in the same period as Tadeus, and was also a red cap. He currently held the position of brigade political commissar for the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade. Previously a lieutenant colonel, he had just been specially awarded the rank of colonel by the governor, on par with their brigade commander Perbuff. His unit left the starship a week ago, and after landing, entered a state of leave. He, on the other hand, was thrown into the Zongxi Academy by a transfer order to attend the advanced class. 3 days prior, his unit ended their leave and replenished over 2,000 soldiers from the recruit camp, along with a set of equipment just transported from the Wuxing City arsenal, filling the losses from the battle at the starship. Subsequently, the unit departed from their garrison and headed west of Revival City. There, the 7th and 8th Divisions were confronting an army formed by the Allied rebel settlements. The newly added troops were meant to reinforce the 7th and 8th Divisions and to achieve crucial battlefield results in the shortest time period to end the hostilities. Therefore, right after his course at the Zongxi Academy ended, Leroy immediately took a vehicle, along with many other political commissars who were also going into battle, to a location on the secondary lines of the battlefield about 130 kilometers west of Revival City.